hope we all can see the slide.
Yes.
You're very welcome to day 3. By this time, we are hoping that the training has already made a dent on you and shaped your perception of scientific writing. Many times, we have a phobia and we fear scientific writing. I think that kind of phobia is called agoraphobic. When you hear of something and you just fear it. But we hope that through this engagement, we have something like scientific writing made simple. And thanks to all those that have responded to day 1 assignment and day 2 assignment, we must say that we have received very good submissions, and we are trying to engage with these submissions and incorporate them into these conversations. On day 1, we asked for questions. On day 2, we asked for your reflections. And we are sharing a lot of materials. We expect that you read these materials. We have lots of requests, requesting that we send to emails. And I think that's not going to be possible because this platform has had 500 plus. Now, we cannot be sending to 500 emails. So please, we are posting these materials here. Kindly pick them. Yeah, kindly pick them. Yesterday, we tried to check with you, and you said, yes, you're receiving them. So kindly pick them. Yeah. Today is day 3, and you're welcome. We have called the theme for day 3, Manuscript Development Process, Part 2. So yesterday, we had Manuscript Development Process, Part 1. On day 1, we had the basics. We laid the basics. And we shall keep moving. This does not mean that we drop the basics. We will still share materials that are addressing issues of the basics because we keep getting requests, plagiarism. So we will keep sharing these such that you can read on your own because the time that we have, we cannot promise that we're going to present everything. Now, our focus on day 3 is still on the structure and content of a well-written research article, the one that has been accepted by the journal or the manuscript that you're developing for journal acceptance. And day 3 specifically will focus on 3 things: discussion, conclusion, and recommendations. Those sections, very critical sections as well, that come right after the results section in terms of developing the manuscript. And yesterday, this is what we did. In terms of recap, we focused a lot on the results section, and we explained the reasons why. I hope we all remember. And then we now started the journey of getting started, that you assemble your data and only relevant data. Relevant in this case means newsworthy, data that is delivering news. Because if it's not delivering news, then we know where to find it and we will find it anyway. So we are not just adding to the bulk of scientific literature, but we are making a contribution to existing scientific literature such that we advance the cause for knowledge generation and research into use. We did talk about crafting an objective, and this was interesting to many of you from the responses that you've said, because you already have an objective in your research report, in your thesis, in your project report. But many times that objective is not the objective of the manuscript. Because remember, you have selected the data, and not all the data that you have, you are putting it in the manuscript. So what we are saying is that put that data together that you've selected, the 5 tables, the 3 figures, and whatever, the quotes and what, and then give it an objective. And you'll find that that objective will only be a segment of the specific objective in your thesis or in your project report, and so on and so forth. So because it's only a segment, then you need to restate it, not to reproduce it like what you had in the thesis. Yeah. And then we talked about arranging data or results that you have identified to start the process of writing a narrative. Because the results section is not, I've seen students, especially those that are learning, they say results and then they just put tables, figures. No, results must be described, and that's what we call interpretation of results, and that's what we call the results section. The results section is incomplete without the interpretation and narrative. It is incomplete without the data. So it is the data and the narrative. Yeah. We did this. We talked about the steps, and we are flagging this slide again for emphasis that we would like you to take cognizant of it. But if you realize this slide now constitutes our program, because we have now moved from results, or we are moving from results, we still have a small portion that we didn't present, and we're going to present it now. And then we are now trying to do 4, 5, and 6. So then tomorrow we start. So that's the chronology that we will be following of manuscript development. Yeah. And we also gave tips on why this process and why we are calling it a step-by-step approach. Before we move on to what next, thanks Dr. Nyararo for alerting us that it is possible to allow some few colleagues on call to make some reflections. So this far that we have come, any reflections? Because while this is online and virtual, we don't want to be monotonous on you. We would like to see some participation and engagement. So please feel free. We can take up to 3, 4, 5. Feel free to say something. Atur, in case there is any hand up, please grant them permission to speak.
Good afternoon, bro.
Good afternoon, Nada.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Thank you. I see like 7 people or 8 are raising their hands.
Yeah, so go ahead
Can
and
we pick
release one
randomly?
Yes.
Whoever is lucky now, we shall.
We can take the 7. Yeah, you go ahead and.
Okay, Clinton, Shan, now you can give you the floor to talk.
Please go ahead.
Clinton. Okay, since he's not okay, let's see another person.
Can I go because I've unmuted?
Okay, can hear you now.
I'm Elizabeth, and I'm very grateful for the first 2 days that we have had.
Your voice is so low. Can you just raise your voice a bit?
I am Elizabeth, and I just want to thank the professors for the first 2 days. It has been very enlightening, and it is a very good session. My plea is just that in Africa or in East Africa, what we actually miss is the apprenticeship kind of mentorship, not the knowledge. knowledge we have, yes, but having someone to just handhold the way practical skills are done to a point that your students are able to do it and then also handhold others is actually the challenge. Otherwise, I'm very grateful. I hope somebody somewhere will help people move from one level to another, because we are taught all these things, but now the handholding part is the challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. We appreciate the comment. Ideally, and maybe this is really an ideal situation, students at this level, masters and PhD, the research they do for their degree is supervised research. So your 2 or 3, in some universities, there is even a postdoc, a committee for the PhD committee. Yeah, and like in Makerere, you have 2 supervisors, one main, one associate supervisor. But then you also have a doctoral committee which has 5 members. So this arrangement is intended to provide a mentorship scenario that you learn from your supervisor, your associate supervisor, and then sometimes there can be challenges with the ideas and how they flow between the main supervisor says do it this way, the other one says do it this way, and so the graduate committee is intended to be a what a no man's land where such conflicts are resolved. And when I say conflicts resolved, I don't mean that we are confrontational to our supervisors. Yeah, but in academics, ideas. So if you want me to write a section that way, you give reason, and you give reason in the doctoral committee, and everyone endorses. The graduate school takes minutes from the doctoral committee to see evidence that there is mentorship. So that's how it's supposed to be. So the supervisors are actually hand-holding you. And I think I should dare to say this, is that much as we may wish the hand-holding to happen and the mentorship and the supervision, sometimes the tough bargain is on the student's side. There are some students who disappear. Graduation in Makerere is in January, and then they return around November. The whole year they've been away. So they return around November, and between November to January, they want the supervisor to do everything as if it is doing miracles and clear them. They want, because graduating for masters, you need at least one publication. So now between September, December, you think you finish the thesis, then do the paper, then, and so students normally put a lot of pressure on supervisors. The assumption on the supervisors and on institutions is that once you register to study, you are actually available. But increasingly, students are never available. So these are the challenges.
Yeah, if I could add, I think I'm hearing you. The reality of it is that all supervisors have the capacity to handhold their students. Some of them have, others don't. And those who have no time for the students in one way, because student numbers have gone up so much that has become an excuse. And I'm looking at something beyond studentship. Some of you attending this course are beyond students, and you still have a problem because you were never taken through the path of actually writing and getting that hysteria of fearing to write. And I've been thinking of putting together some short training of mentorship in writing. Produce a proposal, produce a publication, produce a policy brief, And we would have that as maybe for 2 weeks continuous. And I'm looking at the modalities of it, maybe through the forum, maybe even for a month. Why not? So that you come out with products of your own from this training. This might not be so much to do with the supervisors, because supervisors are supposed to train you, to give you tips, and then you link up and continue. Unfortunately, the tips are not continuous. You need to be under an environment where this should happen and happen continuously until the product is available. We are training you how to write, but we should also train you how to review, how to critique, not to criticize. Critique has both supportive and negative views. Although our reviewers mainly look for weaknesses, they don't look for strengths. So what you are saying, I can hear it, and it is going through many people. And we are talking about supervisors, but you are going to be a supervisor tomorrow. And if you are still feeling something is not okay, you are going to pass on nothing more than that to your student. I don't know whether we have answered your question.
Thank you. Very well.
Okay.
Very
So
well.
these are things that require reforms at institutions. And we feel you. So mentorship, hand-holding. Okay. Any other? There were a couple of hands up. Any other, please?
Yes, Prof. Savory, Emmanuel,
Yes,
Joel,
yes,
can
please.
you?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
you're welcome.
Thank you so much. I think mine is just a reflection on the takeaway. I think it has been insightful. Thank you so much, the professors. First and foremost, I really got some insights on abstract. Yesterday, you told us about when writing an abstract, one have to put the title, and the abstract have to have the keywords, apart from putting the findings, discuss on the summary of it. In addition, you also mentioned something about results, interpreting results, not only putting the tables and all that. And the one important thing that I learned yesterday was, results are part of the originality of the work that a scholar or a researcher does. So there's no need to put citation, but you need to develop the news is generated by yourself. So there's no need for citation other than the citation has to come in the discussion part. And again, you did mention something about objectives being smart. I think basically that's what I learned yesterday, and it has helped me really a lot to go on with my thesis writing, apart from the journal and maybe papers that I'm looking forward to starting the journey of writing. Over to you.
Okay, thanks. We are pleased to hear that there is learning taking place and that we are learning from one another. And yes, you are spot on with those observations. Part of this wide reflection is to ensure that for one reason or another, those that were away or those that were attending to something else, we can cohort learn. So we take another, maybe two more, and then we close it up. And we
Yes,
move to
Prof.
the next.
There is
Yes.
it Motimana Valentine.
Mm.
I don't know whether I'm pronouncing the name right. Okay, there is Jan. Jan. Floor is yours, Jan.
Maybe someone else.
I'm trying to. Jan is there, I think. Jan, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon, Jan.
Yes, I've been very grateful with the with this training. And for the last 2 days, it has been very contributive. But the only thing that I have not received is the minutes or the write-ups. Or where do I get it?
That means you didn't attend yesterday. We shared everything yesterday.
Oh, I was there.
Maybe you were not paying attention to your chat room. We posted everything in the chat room. You know, you can attach. Yeah, we shall attach again. So pay attention to your chat room. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
Thank you very much. It was
Okay,
only
the
that
last one. Oh, there being no other comment, we continue. Okay. Now, yesterday, we talked about results interpretation. And we did emphasize that this is a very, very important section in your paper, because that's where we find the news, that's where we find novelty, that's where we find why you went to do the research, whatever research you did, whether experimental, whether a survey, whether a literature review, you still did research to generate information. So now results is where you're presenting information. So results have many perspectives. There is results where you're presenting the graphs, the data, the tables, the maps, the GIS data points, or where you're presenting quotes, where you're presenting themes that you've got from content analysis or thematic analysis. So those are results. But when you don't write a narrative about the results, then they are the naked truth. And you want to close up the naked truth. How do you close it up? Interpretation. Interpretation is about writing the narrative. And yesterday, we did mention tips on how to do this, how to deal with the significance, how to pick out. Now, we have another presentation here that we were supposed to conclude with this yesterday, but it's about writing now, because we would like to emphasize this because it is one of the weakest points within many papers. Many papers get rejected because of the way results are presented, and then the paper is not making sense. So allow us in the next few minutes to just go through this quickly. It was supposed to be yesterday business. Now, there are challenges, of course, and one of the challenges is to keep the statistics in perspective that you've analyzed, but you have to keep the statistics in perspective. Some people go to the field and they have 5 respondents, and then they use a percentage distribution. Now, 3 people responding yes out of 5, that is 60%. So some people will present and they say 60% of the respondents said this and this. But 60% of the respondents, if you've not given us the N value, then we can't tell that 60% is 3 people. Is it? Yeah. So if you say 100% and your respondents were 2 people, then that means it is you have only 2 responses. Yes. Yeah. If you are interviewing presidents in a given country, you may have only 1 president, and that's 100%. And yes, you have 1 president at a time, but some countries have past presidents and what some don't have. If you go to Cameroon, The president has been there for the last 5 decades. So now you come to Uganda, the president has been around and the elected. We are not going into the reasons why, but they have been formally elected. They have a government in sitting. But if you want to gather data from them, it is one person that is giving you the data. Then in your paper, you start saying 100% of the respondents. So you see, keeping the statistics in perspective. And this is why editors will ask for more information about a mean. They will ask for coefficient of variation. They will ask for LSD. They will ask for what the SMEs, the standard errors. They will ask for confidence interval. Now all these, for those that are compatible with the statistics, when I get a confidence interval, when I get a variance, it says a lot about the data distribution and how that mean came about. Yeah, so we have to keep the data in perspective. Most papers fail to do this. They fail to keep the data in perspective. And if the editor keeps writing to you and saying, you know, what is the end value, and you don't consider the end value as important, they will not publish the paper. Yeah, sample size for surveys, it helps a lot. Some people will even say this is a case study, then they are presenting 100 households. Now, that can't be a case study. A case study would be the household itself, one household. Or it could be over a period of time. Or a case study could be a community anyway. So if you're casting your context into the community, then we expect many households in a community. But if you're studying a household and then you have 100 households, then that was an experiment, superimposed onto the community. It wasn't a case study. Yeah. The other challenge is designing effective illustrations. It's not just on the tables and graphs, but effective illustrations is a challenge. And yesterday, Professor Tenywa referred to this and was talking about crowded tables. Sometimes you have tables that are really very crowded, and then crowded graphs. But you can have graphs that don't have any meaning. And then you realize, although they did a bar graph, it should have been a line graph. Yes, or a curvilinear graph. Although they did a curvilinear graph, maybe the data was only suitable for a table. Or maybe you needed a pie chart. So this presents a lot of challenges, and it is a recipe for rejection. Because if you're using different presentations and illustrations instead of what you should be using, then there will be a problem. The other problem is describing the statistical methods used. You know, a study that is done to this level must be, the readers must be able to repeat it to get the same results as you got. So if you don't describe the statistical methods that you used, randomized block design, Latin square, and all this, because sometimes here people just assume and they say data was obtained and analyzed. But how was the data obtained? We need to go to the details. Yeah, and then present this. The other one is describing results in the text. You know, there is quite a challenge here. Yesterday, Jess, Professor Tenywa was telling us that you don't have to mention every value that is in a table, because you can have a table with 20 points. So you're not going to write on each of the 20 points, but you're going to look for a trend that cuts across those 20 points and then start narrating that trend, or an anomaly. something that is not clear about certain points in the table, and so on and so forth. And that's what you write about. Now, the other challenge is designing the whole report to make it suitable for intended audience. Now, when you say designing the whole report, remember a journal manuscript is also a report. Yes, because you are reporting results. So the other reports, book chapters and what that are done and are available to us. So designing the whole report to make it suitable for the intended audience is always difficult. How do you? Sometimes you have to reduce. If you're making a brochure, for example, you have to collapse lots of paragraphs in order to come up with a phrase, not even a sentence, but you have to read these many paragraphs and now therefore come up with a phrase. So these are some of the challenges, and I'm sure you associate with them. Now, we'd like to talk about something very specific, statistics in perspective. Now, the only way we can put statistics in perspective is for us to know the rationale why statistics. And we know that it provides the numerical evidence to support the arguments being made. Now, this evidence may not necessarily be numerical, but it could be a photograph, it could be a physical item, it could be a jerrycan of water for irrigation and whatever. So how many have come? Yeah, so statistics is about data. So you need to provide the numerical evidence to support the arguments being made. Because somebody will pick a water can and irrigate some flowers, and then they say, because we irrigated them, they have survived. But at the same time, maybe the rains came. Like right now here in Kampala, some parts of it, it's been really hot lately, but the weather has changed sharply again. So normally preceding a very hot period is a rainy season. So this is what is happening. So the statistics provides the numerical evidence to support the arguments. There is no speculation here, but we are using data to support the arguments that are being presented. Now, the detailed results of analysis, the numerous tables of means, the standard errors of the mean, and the coefficient of variation, ANOVA, regression, parameter estimates, error, residue plots, and many others may not be pertinent to the argument. Yeah. You used this to separate means. Yeah, but you probably got a certain variety which was high yielding, but the ultimate is the income. You might find there is a variety which is not high yielding but brings more income. Maybe because size of the grain, maybe because color of the grain, maybe because when it's grounded it gives more quality, flavor in the case of rice where you have aromatic rice. So not every time are we going to look for LSDs, standard error of the means, coefficient of variation, the R squared. Not every time. This is not going to be the case. But then getting standard errors of the mean and getting coefficient of variations is like a path to the ultimate. For example, if I have 5 varieties of maize and I want to see which one fetches more money on the market, I will plant them and then after which sell to see which one is fetching more money. But the process of analysis requires a comparison between the 3 different varieties. And so that comparison is what you have from LSDs, from standard error. But when it comes to income, I may not need that comparison because I will get the kilograms produced multiplied by the goal, the price. Yeah. And when I see that it has crossed to a certain price, I include it in the varieties needed because the most attractive thing now is the money it is bringing and not the science of separation of means. So, having said that, you may find a variety that is a low yield according to separation of means. And so it is classified as low. But this variety, although is low, the money from it may be higher than what was otherwise expected. So if you're comparing benefit cost ratio, you'll find that this variety is still in and it has to be planted. Yeah. Rather than throwing it away on account that it is crowded. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Now, when we are presenting results of statistical analysis, details should be included when they are necessary to support the document. For example, if we want to show why you reached our conclusions, but they are not the conclusions themselves, should not be presented just because you calculated them. So if you calculate something, and then they are maybe there are challenges with the engagement, then you realize that your statistics is probably helping you just to know that this is giving me more milk, this one. But if you still get 20 liters of milk and you sell, that is still good enough. Although there is one that is giving 100 liters of milk. So statistics should not lead us, especially the mean separation, should not lead us to simply throw away information. Yeah, the information may be useful, and this is when we start saying there were no significant differences. Then we go to the discussion and we say, despite the lack of significant differences, the appreciable yield obtained is still beneficial to the farmers because it fetches this amount of income. Yeah, so you can see. I hope that makes sense. Now, because of what we have said, we really need to be very, very careful with the role of measures of precision. For example, standard errors. They should only be used to quantify the uncertainty in other numbers. You know, when it rains, yesterday most of you were asking, is one season data useful? Can we publish? And I wrote and I said no, because one season data is not reliable data. There's a lot of uncertainty around it. But if you have data for 3 seasons, first season it was hot, second season there was rain, and the temperatures the yields went up, then you start seeing that the result observed is so certain that you are almost sure that every time this particular crop goes into the wild, it will bring less yield. And when this one receives rain in under cultivation, it receives more yield. So I'm trying to give simple examples such that we can catch it, but that's what it is. So to quantify the uncertainty in other numbers, yeah. So we have the measures of precision to help us quantify the uncertainty. Now, the uncertainty shows how much confidence can be placed on other numbers reported, and hence how firm or clear your conclusions should be. Please note that they are part of the essential information that supports the argument and should be included. So there may be information that did not come from your field experiments or your field report, but there may be information that you find in the plantation at harvesting or something. Now, this is still very useful information that you need to carry and create an argument around it. Now, tables and graphs.
Before you continue, I wanted to add this.
Yes.
The small one. Allow me to add this because we see it a lot, and it is about transformation of data. You need to be careful how to handle transformed data if you are going to do statistical analysis on the data, because a small difference means a lot in terms of the real data from which the transformation was made. And I'll give an example of pH. pH in itself is not only transformed, it is double transformed, because you put a log behind hydrogen ion concentration, that's a transformation. And then you put a negative behind the log. So those are two transformations. And the log in itself has no units. I don't know whether you remember that. No units. Now, when you log, a small difference means a lot, because you are going from 1 to 2 to 1 is 10, 2 is 100, 3 is 1,000, and you can take it the other way also. That 1 is negative. So 1 is
1 is 100.
One is 100. Yeah, negative. You can go the other side of the negative. So if you are going to subject this data to statistics, it's just confusion. I mean, it means you don't know what you are doing. Rather, take back the data into the natural form. In other words, log, anti-log the hydrogen ion concentration, and then put another negative so that that negative cancels the other negative, and then subject that data of concentration, hydrogen ion concentration, to statistics. Otherwise, you see people comparing numbers and they don't make sense, because already the differences are there, which have been made small. The purpose of transformation is either to make the interval small to fit in the paper on your scale or something like that. It's not just for the sake of it. And similarly, percent. When you say percent and you subject percent to statistical analysis, 1 out of 100, no, 10 out of 100 is what? 10%, isn't it? Yeah. But 1 out of 10 is also 10%. Now, if you are going to compare these two values through percent, you are making a mistake, because you are having 1 there and the other one is 10. And 100 out of 1,000 is what? It's also 10%. Huh? So you can see, if you are going to do statistical analysis using percent, you might also be committing a mistake. And if you are going to find means out of it, is even worse, because the mean will be representing neither of those values.
Yeah, and
Okay.
those are the things we see.
So I don't
in reviewing.
we don't want to confuse you with statistics and whatever, because after all, even us, we are not trained enough to teach that area, but we are users of statistics.
Yeah, so that is it. You can see the story is becoming interesting. Yesterday, somebody asked, what do you mean by data transformation? And I did explain. I hope you saw the explanation. But data transformation is about creating scales that are realistic and meaningful. And that's why we have things like arcsign, we have log transformation, there are many transformations. But at the end of that response, I said, please refer to your statistics. So these are things taught in the statistical class. And analysis like ANOVA also has a lot of transformations in it that you can see, and so on and so forth. But I like the explanation by Professor Tenywa here. He's made it so simple. You know, we said 0 has no log. Yeah? But
The log of 0 is 1.
the log of 0 is 1. Yeah.
There's no, the other way around is not possible.
There is no log 1. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So now, rather than, if you have data and you have so many zeros, like you're doing nematodes in soil,
1 trillion. And you want to,
you can
plot
find,
on ground.
yes, you can find a location on a banana plant which has 0 nematodes. But you can find another stool which has 1,000 nematodes, and that will be a lot of noise in your data. You'll have a lot of 0, 0, 0s, then varying 1,000. Then now
You can't plot it.
you can't start plotting 1,000 against 0. So 1,000 log of 1,000 will be 3, and the log of 0 is 1. Yeah. So then you have a scale.
So
1 and 3 are comparable.
Yes. Defeat.
So that's a transformation.
But we have to keep in mind that difference.
Yeah. So tables and graphs, these are the things that a reader of any report or any manuscript notices and studies. And by now, you know the reasons why they are the first point that people rush to. It is therefore essential that the table graphs or any other data illustrations that we are using are, one, necessary. You don't just pick any table and put. And we will see that it's not necessary in the interpretation because you get lost for words and you quickly run to the data set that is more relevant. That's where you see a lot of writing. But over the other one sentence and you're dry. So the selected data, the illustrations must contribute to the conclusion. If they are not contributing to the conclusion, then they are redundant. And we should think about removing them. They should be complete with all the relevant data. Sometimes information is incomplete. So you give means without LSD, you give means without standard errors of the mean. Because if I'm reading and I have standard errors of the mean, I can work out so many things about that data. I can understand its variation, and so on and so forth.
But also, even if you don't mention that there was a significant effect, I'll just look at the standard errors and the means, and automatically I will tell you there's nothing here in your results.
Yeah. So this should be concise. Even when you have a big table in your report, in your thesis, you can choose to pick out 3 or 4 columns from that big table. And you're picking out those 3 or 4 columns, the columns that have news.
Absolutely.
The other columns may be redundant.
You may even drop them.
Yeah.
You mention them in the text.
Yeah.
And they are dropped.
Yeah.
But to make some illustrations substantial, you may include some of those that actually were not significant. But they are dispensable if you still have very many significant data. Can leave the non-significant out of the table.
So if we are telling a story with the data, then we can't afford to be ambiguous. We have to be very clear. Science, one of the cousins of science is clarity.
Yeah, but that statement.
So scientific writing is clarity.
That statement is loaded to be clear. That means the data are clear of mistakes.
Yeah.
You are not taking one season data because the next season might be the exact contrast of the previous one. You have done the design is the correct one. The management is not changing. So somebody looks at the number and knows, yes, this is what can be obtained at the very best. So that's clear. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the illustrations that we choose to use should be readable. They should make the message obvious that the interpretation we are giving is only guiding and leading readers, but they should know that yes, this is a wall, and this wall was now painted and it has the undercoat, and it has this kind of paint and so on and so forth. Yeah. So it should be. Now, your illustrations must be effective. And the most illustration here, we are using a graph table, but really we are talking about illustrations. Not all data may be in tables or graphs. Some of it may even be a text. So it should be simple. And for example, if you're using graphs, this is not fine art where you're shading and coloring. No, this is science. So excessive shading using 3D effects of bar graphs and whatever. Too much writing in the graph or even grid lines. You see, in most papers, when you have graphs, they remove the grid lines because the points are there and clear. So there is no room in publishing. The space is bought. They say space charges. So you're buying space to have your paper. Now, if you're buying space, sometimes papers are costed based on the size. They will say beyond 10 pages, this is the amount. So now you'll be wasting resources having so big papers with shading, with, yeah. Now, tables must be more readable by paying attention to spacing, the lines under headings, the relative size of fonts. Yeah. So you don't just squash data in there and use now there for font 8. That is why journals give guidance on fonts, on how to arrange and so on and so forth. And fortunately for us, computers make it easy to try different formats. So you can use the computers to try different formats and try a few and ask colleagues to evaluate them for ease of recognizing the importance of results. Yeah. Now, of course, when we say we are interpreting results, we are really describing the statistics. So it is important in your paper to include a description of the statistics that have been used. Now, that description has started in the methodology, but now here in the results section, we are crystallizing it, that the Keldal method was used and nitrogen, this was registered. Keldal is a standard nitrogen, whatever. Yes, bulletin procedure for, yeah. So in scientific papers, this is done for two reasons. So that anyone can see that the methods are appropriate and so that the analysis can be repeated later. So we will see that this can be a concentration within the materials and methods. Now, journal editors often insist on a brief description of the methods used. Yeah, and you can see an example here. The average soil nitrate was calculated for each plot from the 10 samples. Logs of the plot averages were taken to stabilize the variance. So you can see what we're talking about. Log is before calculating the ANOVA based on the randomized block design. And in some cases, it is difficult to be brief. But one of the reasons why it may be difficult to be brief, it is because you did not use standard procedures. Because you start describing and you're going around the point and you write and write. But if it was a standard procedure, you can even give a what? You cite. You said the agar media was mixed according to Murashige and Skoge protocols. Yeah. Rather than now describing the nature of the agar, the color, the what, you simply move on and you say, yeah. If you are in economics, there is the kinase theory, of fiscal policy. So you say the kinase theory of fiscal theory by so and so was used. Yeah, and then you move on. Yeah. Yeah, and it will avoid plagiarism. Now, do not reproduce details of methods that have been published, but simply give a reference. Yesterday, there was a question that if I have two papers and it was the same method, can I reproduce the methodology? Now, I was wondering, if you have two papers and it was the same method, did you get different results? Actually, that's the question I put back, that did you get different results that you now, therefore, want to publish this paper? Then you want, it is also called salami publishing, by the way. You can look out that word, salami publishing. Much as we are telling you that for a publication, it is one idea at a time. It is also unethical to oversplit your data. And you have so many little papers, almost speaking the same message. So you have a paper in African Crop Science Journal, you have a paper in Plant Science, you have a paper in Annals of Applied Biology. When we bring these 5 papers and we put them together, we shall almost tell that this paper are addressing the same question or the same objective. So that's called salami publishing, and it is unethical. Yeah. It is necessary to be clear about any data that were omitted from the analysis and the reasons for that. Now you see here, we are still in describing results, but you'll see when we talk of methodology tomorrow that some of these things are actually touched on. But we are saying that a paper is one continuous string. So within the results, you're making opportunity for every method that you used, there is data.
Yes.
If you talked about it in the methodology,
Yes.
there is data. So now you're again making a short sentence of reference to that method in order to introduce your interpretation paragraph. You don't simply say, the soil nitrate was this and this. You say, as measured, the soil nitrate gave this and this. Then you move on. Yeah. I hope this is making sense. So it is usual to name the statistical software used and give a reference for it. So GenStat C,
And the version.
and the version, GenStat C version 10 or whatever. So now, when it comes to text, it is necessary to discuss statistical results in the text. And we will see this in the discussion section. But when we say discuss, if you give a quote, then you need to give us the context of how that quote arose. You remember we talked about context. And how the study was done and where.
Briefly.
Yeah,
Because you
briefly.
might be quoting out of context.
Yeah. Now we need to avoid lists of results that can be seen more clearly in the table. I think this was said yesterday as well. Then whole paragraphs that simply reproduce the data, so that you have 10 values in one table, and then you want to speak about every value. No. Simply pick up a trend or pick up a relationship, and then emphasize that trend. And you say, this and this gave this value, this one gave this value. Clearly, this side is lower than the other. And once you say that, then you are opening up opportunity for the discussion. Here you are simply making observations. Now, some results in each table or graph must be referred to in the text. Yeah. There are some, like now, the highest and the lowest. And when you say lowest, you even put a bracket and put that figure.
Or a number of folds.
Yes. When you say highest, yeah. When you say highest, you can go ahead and say, it was higher than the lowest by 10 times. Yes. And So you start giving pointers to your data and where it can be located. Now, when a part of illustration is not talked about in the text, now that implies to any reader that is redundant. It should not be there. Yeah. So if it's not within this range of high and lowest, if it is an outlier totally, then if it's not significant, then that column, and sometimes it is columns, then that column is a candidate for deleting. Now you begin to see that we have totally moved away from your thesis. We have totally moved away from your project report, because once you start these deletions in the tables or graphs, sometimes you even must reconstruct graphs.
Or reproduce.
Yeah, or reproduce them. Once you realize that, this graph has 6 bars, but the message I have is only on 3 bars. Then drop the other 3 and make the graph more clearer, the table larger. Yeah. So the ball game is changing. Yeah, at results. Now we need, as we describe the results, as we interpret the results, we need to avoid this thing of significant effects. As scientists, we are very good at significant effects are significant. And you can see from this, soil nitrate was significantly different, p-value, between treatments in all seasons, when it was nearly significant, except for when it was nearly significant. Soil ammonia was significantly different in the first season, but not in the next. However, the effect was more significant. You see, if you read one paragraph, you can even highlight significant, 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 and you see that it is 5 times within 2 sentences. Yeah.
That's not good for certain organizations.
Yeah. So sometimes we have to style our interpretation language, and we must have command of language to say the significant difference in a different way. For example, these points can be seen from a well-drawn point. The text should draw attention to the important patterns which will be interpreted. So in the case that we had, we can simply say soil nitrate and ammonia were clearly higher. We are considerably higher. Now, once you say considerably higher, that is significantly different. And put in brackets, put the p-value. Than the control in all years except the driest. When the difference was only half that seen in the normal years. So we have not even said anything about significant.
So that means moisture was the issue.
Yes.
So moisture goes into the discussion.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is it. Now, which one is this? Let's see. Now, the term significant clearly is overused and overflogged, and many times misused in papers. So alternatively, we can use clear evidence. There is clear evidence. There is some evidence. Now, when you say there is some evidence, that means the p-value was on the borderline. It was almost
close to nothing.
Yes,
no,
it was close to no difference. So now, when we are close to, you say there is little reason to believe that.
Yes.
That means this thing was not significant. And you are declaring the p-value. We do the p-value at 95% of the confidence interval. Now, the reason why you're saying there is little reason to believe is because within the scientific tools that you had and the rigor, you found it in the other tail, 95%. But it is possible that it actually falls in the 5% because of errors, the type 1, type 2 error business. Yeah. Now, even as you write the results, remember you need to refer to the objective that you set.
All
So
the
it is
time.
the objective that you set for the paper that is guiding the writing. Yeah, so many study objectives need estimations, not of whether treatments were different or whether treatment differences exist, but whether the difference is large enough to be useful in some way. Now, this is what we said at the beginning. There may be no significant difference if you're taking maize varieties, but then the yield may be 200 kilograms for a variety. Now, a farmer, a smallholder farmer would not want to lose 200 kilograms. Although it is not significant, they will still need to plant that variety. Yeah. So you see,
There's no alternative.
yeah, because there is no alternative. And so you cannot just throw away that variety and you say it is low yielding. Now you take the high yielding. No, 200 kilos is significant to them. So the statistical significance may not be the real life significance. Yeah. So that's why some studies extrapolate. And sometimes you need further analysis. Now, that further analysis is where we get cost-benefit analysis, optimal, whatever, the economics and coming into play. And this may not need analysis on a computer. Yeah, but it is just understanding those differences and working out the price. That's why it is important to give estimations of the size of the effect, yeah, than statements about significance. Yeah. Now, in your results section, this is needed. The size of the effect and going beyond the statements of significance. Now, in most studies, the analysis does not end at statistical conclusions based on raw data experiments. But the real objective will only be met if we are going to do further analysis. And this is what we said: economic analysis, estimating the impact of adoption on productivity, mapping of potential adoption domains. Yeah, so you can see how the biophysical gets married and intertwined into the socioeconomic. Yeah, because we do research for the end user. Yeah, now, so we can't divorce ourselves into that. That is when you start seeing mixed methods. So you have the quantitative analysis you've done. Then now you bring the qualitative analysis. Yeah, the yields may be higher, but the end users may not like them because of the taste or color. Yeah, and they will simply throw it away and they say, so they may prefer the smaller varieties. So further analysis will typically involve combining information from the data that you have, and the other information may come from other sources totally. Yeah. For example, we are talking about pH. pH is standard and is known for certain solutions. So you may not measure the pH, but you may bring it in to substantiate the data that you have within your results. Yeah, you bring it in. And in other cases, you may have to bring models. You may even have to do a survey on the side, or you may have to pick on another experiment in order to substantiate your interpretation. There may be a range of statistical techniques that may be needed to complete analysis that is worthy fitting within an interpretation of results. Yes, please.
Yes, I just wanted to soften the ground a bit for colleagues who are like me, who are not very good at statistics. By interpreting data from the table, we are turning data into information. And people want to listen more to information than to work with numbers. And then, and that's the interpretation. And then from interpretation, we turn it to, there's something I've missed. Okay, we eventually turn it to knowledge, and knowledge is generated from the discussion. And the use of significant and so on and so forth also transforms as we move towards knowledge. And I think the knowledge into use, somebody was asking about that. That's the kind of trend, knowledge into use, or knowledge into the users of knowledge. Those who generate knowledge from research, they go away from significant differences into considerable differences, into limited differences, no difference at all. For example, if you are talking to a politician, you are not going to talk about significant differences in the context that you understand it. Rather, the implication of the difference to the user of the information, who doesn't need to know about the data, the what happened, the design, and so on. You soften it and give them the outputs from this work in terms of knowledge which they are going to apply. And if they get into problems, they bring it back to you, and then you turn it back into your jargon of statistics. Okay.
Yes, I hope we are following. I hope we have not made life difficult. And maybe we leave this slide because we are really focusing on journals, but just not to lose the point. It is becoming increasingly important for researchers to be able to present their work verbally. So this data that we are talking about, when you're doing slides, for example, to present in oral, you cannot get a table with data set of 24 figures. So you just pick out 6 of them that are making a message, and then so you can see that you can style your graphs, your tables, or your illustrations to key points. And so this is the same that we are trying to say, that don't lift your field book or your thesis into a journal article. Just pick out what is useful, just like you would pick out when you're making an oral presentations. So every presentation will require a different layout. And for oral presentations, it's best not to present said values, LSDs, because you're speaking to them. And so you will say this was significantly different, this was higher. But if somebody asks in the audience, just have them ready.
Scholars would like to see how high it is. What you mean by how high?
Very large tables are very difficult to interpret when they are briefly shown on the screen. So large tables can be redrawn. And in this case, colors may be used. Remember there we said that in the manuscript, we are looking at the values, not the design. But now here on your screens and you can use the appealing colors that would otherwise make your presentation good, that if they are not there, the presentation would be a problem. So the key thing is that we need to style the message. And that styling of the message will depend on the intended audience and the medium that we have used. So the intended audience for manuscripts is the scholarly audience. So the scholarly audience, there are certain things that they would need. And the people in your discipline, you cannot present a paper in applied statistics and then you don't present the standard, the means and the standard error. Yes, you can't.
Trend analysis and so on.
Yeah, so for the scientific publication, the assumption is that the audience is the other scientists. who are going to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your pair.
Yeah, it is your peers. So the style of presentation would be rather different if the information was being provided to policymakers or to farmers or to donors. Now, we are raising this because there are some papers that come and you see that they are presented what we call naked means. Yes, and they are presented percentages.
Or pie charts.
Or pie charts. Now,
And
the pie charts are for farmers.
Yeah.
They are for donors.
They supplement the scientific data.
Yeah. So now within the pie charts, you need to break that data and present more information about that data. So what we're talking about is really data handling, and you can have same data, generate different products, and serve those products to different audiences. So you can have a journal publication, you can have a brochure for community extension, you can have a policy brief for the members of parliament. Yeah, so and so on and so forth. And I think this closes, it actually closes the discussion on results.
How to present results.
How to present results and style yourself and style your paper such that the reviewers will find it difficult to reject it. Are we still together? Do we still have the audience with us? I think we have talked a lot. Yeah. Now, we probably are speaking more about experiments, but writing is writing. Even if you're for humanities, this applies. Yesterday, I shared a document on publishing in humanities and social sciences. Yeah. In the humanities and social sciences, they have more of qualitative studies and not quantitative studies. So these things of SDs, coefficient of variation, don't necessarily apply. Although these days, the analytical systems, the software for data analysis can actually quantify qualitative information.
Yes.
Yeah. So then you use ranking systems, and when you have ranking system, there is that thing 1 to 5, the Likert scale, the Likert scale. Yes.
It turns qualitative into quantitative.
Yes, it turns qualitative into quantitative. And then you are able to define.
It becomes easier to work with quantitative.
Yeah, and that quantitative gets analyzed, so you know that 2.5 represents this, 1.5 is this, on a scale of 1 to 5. And it's increasingly common, and it can be analyzed and even put in ANOVA, and then you know what you're talking about. Yeah. So, but if you have like a thematic analysis, you're dealing with dominant themes within your data and picking them out and then having a narrative about those dominant themes.
Yeah, but even thematic analysis, you'll have the frequency within the theme and use those as percentage differences.
Yes.
And score them and analyze them.
And percentage differences may be acceptable for humanities and what, but not for.
But percent is not going to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
It lies in hiding the actual numbers.
Yes. So that's why we have to give the n value.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any one or two questions? Yes, we
Thank
have
you,
said
professors.
Yes, welcome.
Let us see who's raising hands.
We don't want to just continue full speed when we
I
are not with you.
understand. I understand, bro. Okay, we have some people who are raising hand.
Yes, give them
Hamis,
opportunity.
let me allow you to talk. So, I've allowed you.
All right, thank you. I am
Hamis.
Daniel from Tanzania. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't know what's the problem because I cannot hear your responses. If you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Oh,
We are hearing you.
We need to.
Hamis,
Some of us.
hello.
Please go ahead. We
Okay.
are hearing you. Maybe his internet is not stable.
Yeah, let him try. Hamis, you try to solve your problem. We'll come back to you. Let us go with another person. Godwin, let me allow you to talk. Okay. Godwin, you can go ahead. Godwin. Hello.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My question, the Prof is saying that he has been sharing the documents. I'm trying to find out where the documents are, but I can't get them. I need some help there so that I can keep on following.
No, maybe to clarify, today we have not yet shared, but yesterday we shared.
And I'm looking for
Yesterday
those
we
who
shared all the
yesterday, yet
documents,
I
and
attended.
as we get towards the end, we shall be sharing. So just I will alert you when we share.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Okay. Can we get another one? Okay, Hussein. I'm going to allow you to talk. Okay, you're welcome. Now you can talk. Hussein?
Yes, we are listening.
Yes, Hussein.
Of this land and on this platform. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Right now,
Yes.
yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Maiga Ayub Hussein, and I'm from Uganda. I'm an epidemiologist, and I'm currently pursuing a PhD in public health. Prof, I did a study trying to understand the mental health wellness of healthcare workers. It was an online survey that I submitted to different WhatsApp groups and then see what could be the responses using a code lavender toolkit. And the responses, one of the Likert scale was assessing the availability and access and effectiveness all combined in that Likert scale. So one of the questions was like, social let me give an example of like counseling. Then one would tick whether it is available or whether it's unavailable. And if it is available, then it had also available and somewhat effective. Available, inaccessible. Available, very effective. And when you look at my graph, it has it has a long bar whereby it shows you that that is horizontally, where it shows you whether the service was available. And if it was available, it also has another color that shows whether the service was accessible, very effective, and all that. So my inquiry is I'm planning to actually publish this kind of a paper, but listening from yesterday, it seems like I have availability as one component of these formal services, the psychological and emotional mechanisms, 8 of them, that I assessed their availability, and if they were available, were they accessible, and if all effective. And this graph is long. Is it okay that I could split these manuscripts in the form of in like 3, where one manuscript talks about the burden itself, how many are overwhelmed, and then availability of the service of these 8 services, formal, emotional, psychological services, and then the other having the burden that is overwhelmed, and then access to the service if it's available, and then another having burden and maybe effectiveness. Do you really see that as not just the other term that you use, where I'm just duplicating lots of paper from one, or again, vis-a-vis that I'm having all these in one, because my first manuscript was having availability, access, and effectiveness. I'm really kindly seeking your guidance whether I split or I leave it as a whole like that. But I'm so grateful for your presentations, and thank you. I still remain my guy, Yub Hussein from Uganda. Thank you.
You are welcome from Uganda, near Kampala, I'm sure. Okay, well, splitting or not splitting must be for a purpose. And the purpose here is to communicate some news to your audience out there. Now, you don't want to communicate news that is mixed up or has a lot of thinking, especially if it is to the end user. So if it is the end user, best if you focus your message on a few things at a time, and if not, at one thing that's going to address their problem. Okay? So the splitting should be to ensure that when the message reaches the user, they understand it as quickly as possible, because you can predict that they don't have time. They are not students. Because a student, whether something is very hard or not, that's it. You don't have to learn it anyway. So you are communicating to an audience that have a lot of priorities, and one of those priorities is to be concerned about one of the problems for which you are providing an answer. So you don't want to provide many interventions in one message, in one paper, in one communication, okay? Especially when you are touching the end users, and in your case, you are trying to design interventions for an end user. I don't know whether I'm speaking to your concern. So don't get
Prof,
worried.
you've actually made it clear for me.
Pardon?
You've really made it clear for me.
Yeah, don't get worried about how many tables I should put here. The tables must cover an area sufficiently. You might have an area which requires 6 tables, then the other one is 3 tables, then depending on the audience as well. But the point is also to cover, to give evidence, sufficient evidence to your argument, to your story, so that somebody feels, okay, this is it, this is it. This will work. This one will not work at the end of the day, because they have a choice to make. Sorry, I've made the answer very qualitative, but at the end of the day, we are looking for knowledge to help the communities. We are not looking for statistics, for what, for tables. We are looking for how to communicate our findings to address issues of community. How can we do it best? And how can we do it completely? And how can we do it immediately? That's the concern with the writing. And if you can do it any other way, why not? But if you are writing it to scholars, course, scholars have their own standards. They peer review, they are very critical. Before they even accept what you are saying. They have lots of double checking, triple checking. Look at this. They are suspicious before they complete the reading and agree with you. Yeah. Let me see whether my colleague has a contribution. From them. Do you have any more issues?
Not really, Prof. I'm going to see how best I can have at least availability alone and very well explained in terms of the gap, and then what recommendations I could give across, and then access and then effectiveness. Because our aim for this study was to see how best we could intervene in form of maybe addressing these issues to the stakeholders, and maybe they could have these services either embedded within the systems where they are unavailable and inaccessible and ineffective.
Okay.
You've really said it all. Thank you so much. A blessed
But you have a
day
rich
that I'm on.
data set, because I'm seeing correlations also between availability and access, between
Yes.
what, and that will lead you to another way of thinking and even generating more papers from your work.
Yeah, yes, Prof. Just that the graph itself had all those embedded. You would only see
No,
one
you can't
bar
have all.
vertically.
Well, you can have that for your discipline, but if you are communicating to people who are not from your discipline, that is very complicated.
Okay.
And you will be
I'll really see how
sacrificing your messages, multiplying your messages in different papers.
Lastly, Prof, do I separate these services, 8 of them, or I address the 8 within that one paper? If I'm talking about availability,
you can separate them if each one of them will provide sufficient data, and then come back and pair up, and all those are papers at a time, but don't write them at the same time, because it is one brain thinking. So the likelihood of creating distinctions is going to be very much affected. Write one, then 2 months later, write another one, then.
Okay, Prof, thank you. Let me leave the platform for other people to really have some questions. Thank you.
Most welcome. What is the time now?
Thank you, Professor. Prof, are we going to get another one?
Yes.
Let that be the last one.
Let that be the last
The one we are picking, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Or did Daniel? I'm going to allow you.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the professors who are sharing these sessions, and most of all for Forum for organizing this. I think mine is just an observation. Most of the gaps that have been identified in these sessions, starting from Monday, apologies, I have not been actively attending because of other commitments, but I've been slotting in. Most of the gaps identified should have been addressed at institutional level, like in the various institutions of learning. But I see that there is a little bit of disservice in most of the institutions in terms of engaging the learners, supporting them, because research itself is a very rigorous process. And not everybody comes with a very good background, which can easily be leveraged when students are engaged in research, especially at master's level and other postgraduate levels. It really relies on the foundation that has been created, or the foundation that has been built at the undergraduate level. And you see, because of the maybe the limited human resource, I see most learners miss out on the supervisor engagement or that research support. And so for that matter, I would like to suggest to Reform being a very strong institution from the time of its inception in bringing in these universities within East Africa and all over Africa to strengthen in research, specifically in my field of agricultural sciences. So it is really very crucial that Reform uses its platforms to advocate for institutions of learning to really engage students in rigorous learning in as far as research is concerned, because we really pay money for research supervision and that support. But to be honest, whereas the students also have their own mistakes or fouls, supervisors also have their biggest mistakes of not being available at the time when they're supposed to support. Personally, I'm already struggling with my supervisor. It's 1 month down the road, no response on the WhatsApp message, no reply on that email, and yet we're always encouraged to always reach out to them. So it's always easy said than done. So Reform help us to advocate for this. Otherwise, I have a feeling and conviction that students are really willing to learn a lot of things. And funny enough is we are learning a lot of things in these 1, 2, 3 days. These are things we should have learned in our institutions of learning, where we are really we are supposed to hold them accountable without wasting time. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Over.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, it has been always our contention that scientific writing to inform, writing to there are different types of writing. To persuade, writing to, for example, writing a proposal is to persuade. Writing results is to inform, and so on and so forth, should be taught or should be part of the teaching, of the graduate programs. So that really you get hands-on throughout your stay as a graduate, not in a one class, one course, but throughout. But we don't know the entry point. We have left it at that. Your suggestion of Reform, I think, would be a good thing because they have interaction, a network of universities where they can move the idea and probably start it up. I agree with you, but talking about your supervisor, you must be careful because the repercussions might not be very good. Students are not empowered to make their case at most universities that I know. And there's no mechanism to sieve that out and make it a case so that it's worked on by the administration. Yes, so maybe we can start. We can continue. Yes, this next, just next. Oh, this thing is not. Yes, it's time now to talk about the discussion. We need to discuss our results. I think one way to remain focused and to quickly generate outputs, because we are saying the objective is the one that guides the writing. Every time you get to a section, bring the objectives and paste it on top and make sure you keep looking at it as you write so that you don't make a mistake of running away. And it is very easy to make a mistake and run away from the center. But as you continue looking at it, you keep asking yourself, am I still addressing what the objective is saying for all sections of the paper? Okay. Now, in the results, we were answering to questions like, what is about in terms of this? What did you see? And where are the results to show that that's what you saw? In bracket, you put table this. Okay? And then how did it manifest? Was it curvilinear? Was it responding by a linear? Was it didn't it have any distribution pattern? That's what you are. Remember, I'm reflecting on results, and I'm going to connect that to the discussion. If it had a pattern, what was the pattern like? Was it like a linear and then curvilinear, and or it had a certain fluctuating pattern? Or no pattern at all? Okay? And each of those questions now are going to be addressed in the discussion. If the results were significant, now I'm in the discussion. What do you think is the cause, or could have been the cause, of the significant differences in these factors, study factors, or factor effects? So we are going question by question. Now we have turned what we saw there into questions. And we are saying, why did it happen like that? Why did it vary from what is known? So what, as far as the objective is concerned? Is there anything new that has not been reported before? Can we leverage, can we take advantage of what we are seeing to accelerate the process of addressing the problem that is embedded within the objective? What does the existing literature say about what we are seeing? And when we talk now, so you can see, I have started the discussion not by reviewing literature, and many people quickly grab literature and say, this study was about this kind of thing is very important. It's in accordance with so and so. And come on, for heaven's sake, we want you to discuss your results. You have now thrown away the results. You are discussing literature. And then down here, you say, our results also conform to this. Your job was not to go and look for whether or not they conform. We want you to discuss your literature within the perspective of the objective. In other words, as I said, we want you to turn what was in those numbers into information that somebody can understand, and then into sense that is applicable to their problems. So you are turning numbers into information and information into knowledge. And the knowledge is what the communities and policymakers are interested in. Okay? So contextualize what we are seeing into literature. And we realize that latest literature is the most valued. But there might be no latest literature. I mean, it might be several years back, but that is, from that point on, there was nothing added up to now. But if you are in an area which is very prolific in research, we don't want 10 citations in brackets. That's too much. And we always suspect that you actually didn't read the 10. And indeed, if we take trouble to read those 10, we will find that they are saying different things altogether from what you are attributing to them. And that is very dangerous. So in African Crop Science Journal, we recommend that you take the latest 3 on that subject, latest 3. Don't go 10 years back or 20 when you have 6 articles in the last 5 years. And we are saying of those 6, take 3. Why? Because these latest, if you look at their references, most of them have all the others, depending on how effective the authors were in searching for this information. Well, I'm seeing something like a hand up here. I don't know whether you are seeing it as well. I'm
Prof.
seeing a hand up.
Those are from the other time, Prof. Let me just remove them. You don't
It
need.
hasn't gone away.
Just continue with your presentation. I will remove them.
Okay, so that will be great. So, like I said yesterday, although I've added one thing now today to say that put the objective, paste it, and you remember to remove it because that's just to ensure that you remain focused. Put the objective here and write according to what the objective is saying or asking for. And after writing that, remove the objective and leave it to where it belongs. Okay? So, to simplify things, those sequenced statements I have mentioned should be listed as the points to consider when writing the discussion. Tell us which parameter you are discussing now and where are its results. It's yeah. Is it, are the results somewhere in a table or a figure? If they are, you are going to talk about them in the text, that's okay. But don't talk about them in the text and then you have them in a table. That's double presentation and that's not encouraged. So write guiding points in bullets before you start writing in the discussion and elsewhere, even introduction, even conclusion. Put in bullet points first what you are going to write about and then start writing. Okay? So, now by putting the objective here, that prevents you from going far away from what you should be writing, because the objective is the one guiding the process of writing. Okay? So where are the results? They are in table what? What was the response like? Response pattern like? Well, it was evident that the higher the rate, the greater the response. So that means that the increase in the response was increasing along with the rate of application. The change in response was increasing the more we added more inputs. Okay? By what folds was the response increasing? And did it increase forever? So these are points you are writing on a piece of paper, and you are answering those questions in the discussion. Was the increase forever? So that means that if it was forever, it means that somewhere you are going to recommend further studies so that you are able to explore what you did not cover so that you get information about that area that you didn't reach. Okay? And then I said, how does these observations, how do they augur with the existing literature? So literature is coming a little bit far away. So the more you write from your head, the more original, the more novel that manuscript is going to be. Because things from your head are now coming out for the first time. But things from literature already exist somewhere, and the reader can access what is already published. Okay? So, okay, in light of what we have seen and discussed, so what? As far as the problem is now concerned, so what? What do you suggest? And I'm not saying that for every question you have set, there is an answer. When you move to another parameter or another subtitle, that next might require other different types of questions, and so it is you to innovate and generate as much information as possible from this study so that your paper is accepted almost outright. Okay? And then can we draw a sub-conclusion at this stage? Sub, because by the time you reach the end might be talking, revealing the exact opposite of the sub-conclusion you made earlier. And then you probably might have to drop that sub-conclusion. But if you keep putting sub-conclusions at the end of each subsection, when you reach the section of conclusion, you just go and pick those and assemble them and restructure them in a way that your target reader will understand best, and putting emphasis where the results are emphasizing mostly, where you can talk with the confidence. You say, if you this and this and this and this, if you put together and at this point in time, you get this. Okay? So maybe just mention a bit more about literature. I know people like moving with the slides. Literature, okay. So in literature, first of all, don't start with the literature. Any subsection, any word, start with in your own words so that you are able to link the previous subsection to the next. And then put literature somewhere far away and only relevant literature. Because many people will put literature in which they only found a one word, to say groundnuts. And this study is about groundnuts, but the contexts are very different. But because we editors are insisting on the most current literature, somebody will just see groundnut in an article and put that citation in their manuscript. That's wrong. The same thing with in methodology. In methodology, we want the person who invented or discovered that procedure. We don't want the user of the procedure. And in most cases, people are putting the latest to use the procedure without even modifying it or adding value to it. No. If possible, get to the innovator. But if the innovative date is very far, look for the one who modified more recently the method, the procedure. Don't tell us about the user. The user might have misused this procedure and might have just cited it to account for question state procedures which they didn't use. So best if you go to where the whole thing originated about that procedure or about that point, and you are going to discover many mistakes or many deliberate errors through paraphrasing, through whatever. Okay. I hope you still remember that I said from results through discussion, it is best to make the parameters measured the subtitles, so that a parameter in the discussion that relates to another parameter in the results are discussed. You keep going to look at the results in the discussion corresponding to that parameter, and then you discuss. Okay. And I also said where there were no significant differences, we normally don't discuss that, because that is saying that the treatments had no effect. So if they had no effect, then what are you discussing? And then you recommend what? But if the lack of significant effect is to the contrary of what everybody knows in the whole world. For example, if it is against gravity, we know when you throw a stone up, it has to come back. Now, your results are showing the stone will not come back. I don't think stopping there, and because there is no significant difference, would be sufficient. I think the audience would demand that you tell them what possibly is the cause. And that can spark off further research. Probably that's what happened with the aeroplanes and these rockets we are seeing. They threw stones, and the stone would go and land somewhere, and so capitalized on reducing the effect of gravity on the stone, so that the stone can go further and further, and propelling the stone in terms like an airplane, so that it can go further and deliver things. Okay, so contradictory results, what is widely accepted and believed, may need explanations. And of course, there will be a lot of speculation. And if you have to get another grant or renewal of a grant, those are the areas you go to write about, and they will be bought very fast because they are arising from your previous research. Okay. Yes. So we have a few, like I said, write down the guiding principles, guiding points. Like in this case, we are saying, what is the scientific explanation to the observation in the results section? In the sequence of the way you wrote the results. And now, for example, you are under one of the subsections. Yes. For example, plant height. Why did the plant height respond more than usual? You see, we are saying more than usual because we have a control. We have a control treatment. Why did it respond more than usual to this treatment combination? Okay. Now, if we are saying treatment combination, that means you have treatment 1 and 2. So there is an interaction between these two treatments, which is being realized through plant height. Okay. So what does that mean? It means that if that interaction is good, is positive, then it makes a difference when we apply both treatments together rather than considering them separate. I don't know what you believe. That we are applying them together and getting a big difference means applying them together is better. Okay? Because there is an interaction. They are interacting. But then most of you scientists, despite that, you still have to present results of the single factor effect when actually the interaction is evident. That's wrong. So we put priority to the interaction. If there is an interaction effect, we forget the single factor effect. But if there is no significant effect of interaction, then we go for the single factor effects, because that means it doesn't matter when you apply this and apply the other. It doesn't matter. The results are independent of each other. But the interactions are considered a priority in your results. And I'm sure in most of your research, you'll have a number of treatments or study factors. And because they are looking at the same farmers, same crops, they are, they are all moving together at the same time. And that's why we are concerned. If moving them together is creating a difference, then why look at the single factors? Okay? If we had time, I would give you more examples. Maybe I give you this one for the the social sciences. If by advising a household, by introducing an agriculture extension technology to a household, if it makes a difference when they are all together, they are all around the people. If it makes a difference, then it is wrong to take one person and advise them and expect that he will influence the others. It's best to always advise them when they are together. Okay? Now, if the effectiveness is only when they are together, then why should you waste your time taking one person on the side and discussing with them? But of course, in reality, that's not true. The head of the house might dictate. So if he might dictate, then why don't you just take that one if it is easier? Discuss with him. But of course, there are also other factors that come in. The head of the house will be concentration is not there. They are thinking about school fees. They are thinking about so many things. Okay. Yeah, literature, not more than 10 years. That's also subjective. If an area like biotechnology, like molecular technology, of course, now it's not sounding as much as a few years ago. I mean, within a month, you have hundreds of publications. Well, then about one thing, then why should you go to 1980, literature of 1980, and you are citing that? People will look at your work as sort of outdated. And the same thing with accepting papers for publication. If you read the guidelines, they will tell you if your results are more than 10 years, we don't take it. Why? Because it's assumed that because there's a lot of research going on, research of 10 years will have been overtaken by events. Now, journal literature in citation is normally taken more seriously than any other literature. Remember, we have journal papers, then we have proceedings, then we have chapters, book chapters, then we have who are these? They are now these. There are people with the websites, and they put their things there. Nobody is checking on their quality and whatever. If you are going to quote that kind of information, you have to be very careful. In any case, after some time, somebody might check to find out, and it's no longer there. Is it bloggers? What are they called? Bloggers? Okay. So journal literature is considered more seriously because it is peer-reviewed. It is more closer to what is expected because most people will agree, yes, and then it is published. Now, personal communication is also accepted, but only if this is a very powerful person on top of knowledge in that area is the one now providing this information. There was this economist in Africa, very knowledgeable. He's an American, I think. If that one said something, you can quote it. But in brackets, you put the name and you put the year, and then personal communication, and preferably you put their addresses so that somebody can consult them. And by personal communication, we don't mean you have to talk to them. It can be a radio program and the guy is talking about it. It's expected that when consulted later on, they will not deny having said it. Okay? Yeah. And then we expect also that as you discuss literature, don't only take out a literature that favors your results. We also want literature that contradicts your results. And at the end of it, will tell us what could be the reason why the contradiction. And therefore, you may recommend further studies to find out, to go to a conclusion to this mix-up of your results and those of others. If no literature exists, speculate. Because you are the power in this area. Speculate. But don't over-speculate. Some people speculate and then begin discussing their speculated information. This agrees with, but you're already speculating and now you are saying this agrees with this and this. Therefore, so and so said this from a speculation. And I think most of these things which don't add up is because the authors don't have time to concentrate. If you write something today, then you take 2 weeks. For heaven's sake, things will not add up. and you will not remember that you left something hanging and you are supposed to attend to it. And many people give up, actually, in the long run. Okay. Now, when we say, are there areas that need further research? We are not saying go and now think about areas that need research. No, we are talking about as far as your results from this study are concerned. Do you see things that are not completed by this research? Excuse me, sorry. Yeah. So do you see something not taken care of by your study that actually needs to be further investigated by other interested persons? Somebody will bring in something else far unrelated to the subject at hand as needed for research. And I mean, somebody will be asking then, what evidence do you have that this is not research? This is not. And we are not saying that every article must have areas to give for research, because you didn't go out there to look for others for further studies. But if it so happens that there are issues that your study cannot explain about your results, it is those issues that you need to package up and recommend for future research. And many people in writing articles and reports make sure they generate quite a number of these areas, because they then make it easy for them to write the next project, to link, to have a justification for the next project, renewal of the project. Okay. Yes. And this is true for all sections. Don't repeat what you have already said somewhere. See how to say it either differently, but keeping the message, or referring to a section you have already indicated earlier. And then in the discussion, whenever we start a new subtitle and the text under, we have to refer to which table are we discussing now, so that the reader can link as he reads, and quickly to have logic in what he is trying to read. And then, of course, sequentially, both for results and discussion, number your tables serially. You might find that the source of your data is a thesis, and you have up to 50 tables. Please, as you bring that table into the paper, number the table based on the tables in the paper, not the table from the source document. And feel free to switch these tables within the text. And as you switch them, you remember to renumber them again sequentially. You realize that as you write, you are referring to table 3, but now you have just finished table 1, but you don't have table 2, or you are not referring to table 2. So that means bring table 3, make it table 2, and make table 2 table 3. Okay. Now, as you write and write and write in this order, when it reaches the conclusions, people will be just shaking their head. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, this is true. When you add this to this to this, you get this. When you exceed this point, you get. Okay. And some people can talk about optimal point. But optimal point, first of all, requires more than 3 data points. If it is like treatments, 0, 20, 40, 60, you need up to about 10 data points so that you have a differential calculus to reach the point that is optimal, where dy dx equals 0. I don't know whether you remember that. So that point should be the optimal point. It's like where the cost and the revenue equal. Beyond that, you are going to have the cost more than the revenue. So if you are talking about optimal point in your results, then I immediately, my mind will go for differential calculus. And most of us operate along straight lines in the curve, on the curve. There's a straight line and then it curves. That's why it is called a curve. But when we walk along the straight line, we forget that beyond there is a curve. And the curve is the most natural response graph. It's not the straight line. But working with straight line is easier. Y equals x plus b, is it? It is very easy. But the real area for working is within the curvilinear, the curve of the response curve. Okay. I think I'm about to end. Could I how to write a conclusion? Let's have some questions. Okay. What's the time now? 4:30. Yeah, I think we can have some questions. Different ways of doing things. We also need to learn. We don't want to think that we are the powers of knowledge. No, we are not. So can we have like 3 to 4 questions?
Okay, bro. Thank you very much. Okay,
Yes.
participant. Alan, I'm going to give you the floor. Alan, now you have the mic. You're allowed to talk.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for very educative presentation. I'm Alan Marungudze, pursuing a master's in chemical engineering. So recently I've been doing a project for sugar production from sugar beet. And the project is not really new since it has been done in other countries, but it hasn't been done in Zimbabwe. So I was trying to contextualize this project in trying to see the variations that we encounter in producing the sugar, since there is different temperatures, different climatic conditions, varieties, and irrigation patterns. So when writing a paper, how can I make this paper not to seem like it's a repetition of what has been done, since this project is specifically tailored to the conditions that we are experiencing in Zimbabwe, and not to seem like I'm plagiarizing the information that is already available. Then the other thing is, when interpreting data, some of the data will actually require me to use tables and graphs at the same time. So is it necessary to interpret data using the table and the graphs at the same time for more illustrative and elaborative results? Thank you.
Okay, I will start with the last one. It's like showing yourself in different, when you are dressed differently, it is the same you. Eh? You are the same person, but being dressed differently. There is no value added to the people who are seeing you because it is you. The same names, the same what. If it's the same public, and you are saying these are the data, they were this short, this one was shorter than this one, and now you take another graph to show how short they were. I don't think you are communicating anything. Remember, journal space is very, very precious, very limited. Except these days when we use open publications. But those days when they were charging seriously, they are charging the space, even they charge per page, they charge. So you are not adding value by talking about the same thing differently. I mean, somebody will have got the message already. If they have to react, they will have to react to that. And they are not going to react differently to the two presentations. Now, about the project in Zimbabwe, about the possibility that somebody can ask questions whether it was necessary to carry out that project in Zimbabwe and write a paper. Those are questions you ask yourselves at the beginning when you are writing a proposal. Are there answers to such questions in the whole world? Okay, if they are there, isn't it possible that application of those answers to Zimbabwe may not generate the same results? And then you try to tease out to find out what can cause differences in the responses that may be location specific. And of course, some of the culprits will be climate, will be soils, will be varieties, different varieties, will be presence of pest resistance, pesticide resistance or something like that, based on local conditions. You make an argument, then you do the research. Now, don't ask yourself after doing the research, because if you did not screen out your points at the beginning of discerning the problem and teasing it out, looking at the cause and effect and the literature about it, and don't ask those questions at publication level. Most likely, your kind of answers will not go to the best of the journals. If your work is relating to the handhole, to generate results that will go to those very high impact journals, it's most unlikely, because the handhole was an issue in some places in 1930s, and now you are having a study on the handhole. Probably the best you can do is to look at the size of the handhole, the hole, over a period of time. Maybe you are suggesting by your hypothesis that the handhole has been reducing in size or increasing in size over time. And then you go and now do research to maybe survey, maybe what, to find out how the pattern of size of the handhole, and if it is significant, so what? Is that part of the causes of the labor constraints today? What is it? And then you suggest something. But now, how many people in the world are still depending on a handhole? Okay, so the whole thing should have begun at the point of conception of the research. And you remember yesterday I said you should be turning your objectives into questions. At research design level and assessing the probability that answers are available to your question, and then you go and do research. And I think an academician would prefer questions without or with limited answers, or with the answers as speculations, and there is no evidence to show. So if you start from there, the research you do in Zimbabwe will automatically generate results that will be publishable in genuine journals. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
So at this point in time, what you have to do is to do a lot of search for literature about the subject, read about it, and every work you do, if you are innovative, you can turn around and see the gaps, and now refocus your writing on those gaps as being able to fill those gaps that exist within existing literature. We don't want to say, well, this work was done in Zimbabwe because it had never been done there. I mean, it's a waste of resources. To redo it in Zimbabwe and get similar results, no differences, is a waste of resources. And I don't think we have such resources in Africa. Yes?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Oscar,
Okay.
I've allowed you to talk, please. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. My name is Oscar. I'm calling from Ghana. Prof, I am currently, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very enlightened. My research I'm conducting has to do with cluster randomized control trial, where I took the baseline data before we started the implementation. So after that, we took the outcome data. And my first objective has to do to determine the prevalence. Now, I am quite confused whether I should present that portion, the prevalence in table, just to present it in graph. Prof, I am actually confused. And it is an objective on its own. So I need your guidance on this. And the second one has to do with
Maybe we go one at a time. We go one at a time.
Okay, Prof.
You see, is the objective in your thesis, or is it the objective for the paper?
Oh, the objective for my thesis.
So now we are saying that go to your results and see if prevalence has news, has something to communicate. If it is a routine news, that's not marketable in a journal.
Okay.
But to investigate, evaluate your data and see, one, if it is adding up. If it is refusing to add up, that becomes the news. The data that has contradictions, or the data that is doing much better than before, is showing the effect is much greater than even before, but it's not the kind of thing reported. So that's
please.
where the news is. Then you
okay.
can go for that. And of course, because you are selecting only one aspect of the response, you can't take the objective of the thesis. You have to create an objective for this message that is coming out.
Okay.
New data.
Okay, Prof, thank you. And the second one has to do with after we did analysis, we realized that there was a drop in the malaria incidence in the at the community level after we did the post survey. However, I tried to compare the result from the study and then to that of the facility data within that same month to see whether it has reflected in the facility data. When we did, we realized that malaria cases also drop within the community. However, I've not captured that secondary data in my methodology. Prof, is it right for me to add that information to my paper?
Absolutely,
last question.
because if you are including data of that second part in the paper, you must you must include everything about it, because the reader needs to know the background, the content, the direction, the everything before you compare them with the other set of data. But for you to be able to make a conclusion or a conclusive conclusion, one would ask, for those responses, how many times did you repeat the analysis? If you analyzed once and you say response, and now you are going ahead to write a paper and even compare it with something else, I think that would be incorrect, because the reproducibility of your results might be put to question.
Thank
So
you.
how many times did you do the analysis? And when you did the analysis, were you getting consistent results from which the mean would then make a sense?
Okay.
Or you analyzed once and now you are coming up with a discussion, and I mean, you have to be realistic to yourself, because you will make a recommendation that doesn't work at the
Yes.
end. How many times did you repeat the study? Honestly, don't there's no two ways about it. Oh, okay, think about it.
Okay. Prof, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Okay, so I think we have to continue. Hello?
Yes, Prof. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
We are not left with a few minutes. So
Okay.
now we look at the conclusion. We look at the conclusion. We will create some more time somewhere ahead for the discussion. So conclusion, again, paste the objective here. It will be interesting. When you paste the objective, you will see it will direct you. The objective has deliverables to examine the effect of this and this and this. So the points here will be the different effects you have found out as a result of applying something. That's the very first set of conclusions, and you can put them in bullet points. And as you realize, first of all, the level of significance is going to be different, and then the order of so if you can arrange them in terms of say level of significance, in terms of urgency, in terms of that's the way they should be presented here. And after putting the bullet points, then you dress them up with the text. And some people will do it in paragraph form. Each bullet point is a paragraph. So for us, what we do, we put the deliverables according to the objective and any other eye-catching or eyebrow-raising observations that may not have been part of the objective, that would attract people's attention out there. Okay? And ideally, a conclusion should be written in the present form, because it is now a fact. coming out of your whatever. If you do this and this and this, you get this based on this study. But if you do it in past tense, you quickly end up in another discussion, and we've read some conclusions with citations. Now, conclusion is now what is coming out of, and this is now your work. Conclusion and abstract are directly coming out of your work. There's no citation. Okay. And then we expect that you will end with the maybe recommended future research. That's a recommendation to the researchers, but the actual recommendation should be to the end users. Remember, you started with saying there's a problem here, and because of this problem, such and such economic losses are incurred, and so on, the environment. Now, so we are going to do research on these aspects. And you go and design the research, implement the research, come out with the results, discuss them, and generate conclusions from which, and this is very important, conclusions from which the recommendations are written. Okay? So recommendations come from conclusions. They don't come from elsewhere. At the end, don't say it is recommended that government should provide money for women, and women are not even part of the study. Huh? And government, why government? What if it is an NGO and it has money and it is interested in funding it? So conclusions, and not all conclusions can be turned into recommendations. Some of them are ready to go, they have results, but an article may not recommend to end users, to farmers. Probably your results now need to go through trials for different areas, and they need to go through whatever, the extension system, before they are approved for being scaled out to the farming communities. Okay? So don't necessarily write a recommendation to policymakers. Maybe something needs to be done before the policymaker receives your results. And it is also possible, like Paul said, for a study to be done and for you not to reach a recommendation. For example, masters, 2 years, and you start on something to do with the variety, generation of varieties. Varieties may take 5 years, but you have done some work that is leading to that, that some people will continue until they get to varieties. You're working under a professor who is the owner of the project and will stay there for 30 years and is responsible for generating varieties. So we need a publication from the amount of work you have done. Not in a way that the results will be conclusive, but open to further work by other people, maybe students, maybe whatever. Okay? Yes, recommendation. I've talked about it. That's it. A recommendation is written when you have what is ready to go for the farmers. If you are doing an agricultural work, research, yes, the end user. The recommendation should be to the end user. That's why I said future research. which would also be a recommendation to the researchers, but you didn't go to create another set of research for other people. You went to generate results to solve the farmers, the end users' problems. So we look at the end user as the people who are actually battling with the problems out there. Okay. You have the homework, don't you?
And any questions?
Yeah, any questions before we go to homework?
Thank you, Prof. Evans, you're allowed now to come to talk, please. Evans. Okay, in case you have any problem, let us see someone else. Rukaya, I don't know whether I pronounce your name right. Rukaya Kose.
We can't hear you.
Oh,
No.
can you hear? Oh, yeah, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
So thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. We appreciate it so much. So mine was on literature. So after you have done your reviews, you have read through a lot of papers, and then you discover that the one which is the most closely related recitation to your work it goes maybe way a little bit back. So is there a time frame of maybe how back can a citation go? Yeah, thank you.
You are saying when the literature looks old?
Yeah.
No.
So is there a compromise or a standard?
No.
Kindly on that, yeah.
No, the latest is the latest date work was done on that subject. So it could have been 1980. It was the latest. That's the latest.
Oh,
You
so
can't create it.
valid. It is valid as long as you can cite it correctly.
Exactly.
Especially when the research gap is very high and the study is current trend. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof.
You're most welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. Winjoy.
Hello?
Hello, Winjoy.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for a very educative session. I am Winjoy Nyawera from Chuka University. My question is, I'm adding on what Rukia has asked regarding the referencing. So you might find some references go back to 1988. And then, let's say, for example, it's a protocol, for example, hand crossing in Kaupi. Then, yes, there are current studies, but you find that maybe a paper in 2024 is not referencing the original person who came up with that protocol, because that is a trend I noticed. Like you see, you know, this protocol belongs to a person who did in 1988, but they are using the protocol without referencing them. So in this case, do you acknowledge the original person, or do you take the recent literature, knowing very well that the current literature is using everything that the original person had done? Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, it's the user is a user and can paraphrase the instructions that were generated by the original person. So it is best to go back and okay, when you read the user's literature, it only directs you where to find the original. So you read it carefully. But in between, you might find one of the users also modified, or somebody deliberately did the work to modify the procedure that was generated by somebody earlier. So we consider the latest modification in the procedure, and we cite that work instead of the first one. But otherwise, the work only helps you to identify that piece of work that was published some years ago.
Okay, so in that case, do you also, because you might even come across the original article, do you reference both, or do you strictly focus on the modified version?
Use modified version because it's going to talk about the other article as well.
Okay.
In their references or somewhere.
Okay, the last question. So there's a paper I had submitted to a journal, and they were claiming that I had so many referencing. It was a paper from my thesis, but they claimed that it looked like a review paper in my discussion. So just wanted to hear from you whether there's such a thing as too many referencing, or maybe I'd overdone it. Thank you.
But what do you feel yourself? You
Well,
see,
I think
okay. Let me say this. The assumption is that you read all those references, all of them. You did not just pick them from maybe they were cited in another paper, and then you go back at the back of that paper and picked the reference and cited it in your work. So did you really read all of them, understood them, and use them?
Yes, I had done that. So you find that I used to, maybe it's a statement, I concur with it, and also bring about another statement that is contrary. Let's say one author is agreeing with my study, then the other one it's contradicting. So I was bringing both points across. So, and also the issue of now referencing a protocol in 1988 and also in 2024.
Yeah, but I mean, how many references are we talking about?
Okay,
About. You can estimate.
Well, it was quite a number. It was quite a number because I remember for citation, I used to have a minimum of 2 references
Minimum of what?
of 2 citations. Like I would reference like 2 papers. Let's say it's the statement. I try to bring in 2 others in that under that citation.
Well, how about in the brackets? How many average number?
Oh, yeah, that is what I am implying. Like 2. In the brackets, like a minimum of 2.
Minimum, no, but we are more concerned about maximum.
Oh, maximum. Maximum, they could go even to 4.
Anyway, one would have to look at the work to be able to advise. But for us in African crop science, we think about maximum 3 in a bracket.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
Oh, most welcome. Next.
Thank you, Prof. Let me give you Lillian. Let me give you the floor. Lillian?
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. And the presenters so far. I'd done a number of posting in the Q&A section, so I will just pick the questions from there. I'll stem back to the results because I had some questions depending on the results. I wanted to know how old the results can be before for you to publish them. For example, let's say you were on a project and you ran for about 5 years, and now you want to publish something from that project, and you want to use some results from year 1. Is that too old to be published, or is that still valid?
Yeah, this is a question that has come again and again since day one.
Okay.
And we actually answered this question in the chat room. Now, most journals don't allow old data, and 5 years is the cutoff
The
point.
pathway, 5 years.
Hello? Yes, 5 years is the cutoff point. And the
Okay.
reason is simple, because things keep changing. New methods of analysis come. And so
Okay.
you cannot start presenting 5 years. So sometimes, especially in social studies, if you're doing perceptions of end users, you'll find that the perception of end users, even you yourself, when you go back after 5 years, you'll find that things have changed. The road was not tarmacked, now it is tarmacked. And their perception on growing maize changes totally. So journals don't publish all the information. And this question has been on and on. And we did share, but sometimes we want to listen to what we want to hear and not to what is being said.
Apologies, I joined today. I missed yesterday.
No. I'm just trying to push it to us. It's probably an indication that we are doing research, but we are slow to package this
Right.
research into publications. Yeah.
That's true. Okay, so the
journals,
other one I had.
but please feel free to check out, because I know some journals say 10 years. Yeah, some say 10 years, but most journals 5 years. So the point is, the earlier you package it, the better. Yeah. So
Okay, so the
the
other one is
journal
about the
guideline.
methodology and the results
Yeah, in the
part.
journal guidelines. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so my other point was about the methodology and results section. So you mentioned that about a duplication, something applying to projects. If you want a project, you likely use the same method. So if I'm to publish, if you are to publish separately, or would that be plagiarism as well, or duplication, or would there be need to make a bit of adjustment when I'm writing?
Sorry, say
when
that
we are
again?
writing, because we might be on a project and we want to publish 3 papers from it, but we use the same method to collect the data. So if there are 3 of us published and we have the same methodology, would that be duplication?
No, but is the data different? Because if you use the same methodology, you are probably getting the same data. Again, that question was here yesterday, I think, and we did try to answer. We said only if the data is different. And it is common. I have such papers, like 2 papers, where in the methodology now, I refer to that methodology, the data were collected and analyzed as reported in. So now I give that reference. But then it cannot really be the same as reported in, and then I now go ahead to describe the modifications and the changes, and in addition to this and this was done like this, which is not similar to the other paper. Because if it is the same methods, chances are that it's the same data. Yeah. But you see, it's like now there is a record already published. So we don't need to regurgitate that record. So we make reference to that record and then continue to describe convincingly why is it that this data now you collected using the same method is actually different. There will be some differences and peculiarities.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah?
I agree with that, because maybe you because I also had the same thing, that it might be even the same sample population that you worked in. So maybe the other one, you used 4 methods, but for you're going to use 2. Like, let's say, for example, if it's qualitative, somebody used the gender, the gender analysis, and for you did a qualitative part. So it's probably different methodology, but same population. Maybe that's what I meant to also say.
So we normally say, and this is jokingly, that
Mm,
similarity is not the same.
mm,
Similarity is not the same. So things can
okay.
be similar, but they
Mm,
are peculiarities to describe. And
okay. Thank you.
that description of the peculiarity could be the exciting story that you're building on.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think that is clear. Then the other one I had is, can I discuss and not reference any literature? Write my original write a result and then discuss it, but not say this is similar to this study or this is different to this study. Is that possible? A particular result.
Yes, you can do that. But you see, we said when you write the first draft, write in your language, in freestyle, before you go to literature. Now, when you go to literature, you'll be using it to make a context of your work within the realm of literature in the world, global literature. And you are free to say
Then
these results are similar to those of da 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 da. But we don't want you to stop at that point. We want you to summarize the context of the research you are referring to and probably give a conclusion, what they concluded with when they did that. Because you might be talking about research in the temperate world and the research in the Sahel, and you are saying the results are the same, but the background information, the climate, the what are different. So that comparison is not contextual, it is not correct. And you'll find many people, because the other crop was similar to the other one, and the treatments are the same, they will forget about the background and try to conclude that the results are similar. But when actually, if you scrutinize the inside of it, they are different.
Okay, can we ask for a bit more time as we respond to some of the questions and as we continue the discussion? Because we have now hit 5, we are past 5. So can we ask for maybe 5 more or 10 more minutes? Because I noticed there are questions in the chat room that we haven't responded to, and we're trying to respond. So for us to respond, we need the platform not closed.
Hello.
Yes, please go
So, bro,
ahead.
we have
Yes.
no problem. You can have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, so no problem. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, so let the questions continue flowing. Also check in the question and answer as we try to drop some questions, some answers there.
Okay, this is kind of you, bro. Thank you. I have allowed Hope to talk. Hope, go ahead.
This is a duplication.
Hope. Okay, maybe she's not there. Let us go to another person. Andreas. Yes, Andreas, I gave you the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm a DPhil student at the University of Zimbabwe, and I'm working on groundwater exploration. So I'm I'm writing a review paper on groundwater exploration. But so my first question is, for a review paper, is it okay to use the literature which is more than 10 years old?
For a review paper, can you use what?
And then the literature which is more than 10 years old.
Yes, you can. Remember yesterday or the other day, day one, we also said that review papers may also have a time range. Yeah, you can review from 1900 to 1950. And so that is the range. So you are now quoting data from that. Yeah. For example, these days we talk about climate change. But many times when people are talking about climate change, they are actually talking about climate variability, because climate change is a business of 30 years. Until you see data collected, meteorological data, and over a period of 30 years, 3 decades is when we can say, yeah, the climate has changed. Yeah. So now, for us to confirm climate change in a given location, we need data of 1970. So it is okay. But also, away from reviews, there are some things that if you're talking about DNA, Watson and Crick, I mean, there is no, it is 1963, so something. Yeah. If you're talking about Agamidia, it is Murashige and Scrooge, 1961. If you're talking about Steele and Torrey, the statistician, I mean, these are standard books. If you're talking about Backhouse, the mathematical, so pure math. So I mean, they have not changed. Those are the protocols. Those are the, yeah. If you're talking about Keynes theory, the grandfather of physical policy in economics, I mean, there is no other person to cite. So Keynes theory will be 1953. Yeah. So that's how it is. So there is a context between the old and the new. Yeah, there's a context.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay. Yes, please continue.
Hello. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Tony.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, Prof. My name is Tony Abo from Kampala, UICT. Mine is slightly different. I'm a data scientist and mostly with the secondary data. So normally there's a part where we do data exploration. It's not the key part in our results. We just want to find some patterns in the data, see the trends, see the correlations between the data, maybe between the variables in the data set. And most of course that we do that because maybe at the end we want to come up with a predictive model, maybe a linear regression model, something like that. So basically, our results may most likely, our focus will be on the performance of the model, maybe in terms of the accuracy or the R value or the R squared value, something like that. So how do I treat these other things that I've found out before? Maybe I've found some patterns, that the trends, I've found out the correlation between the features in the data set. Yet my focus is basically on the performance of the model, not necessarily those other parts that came as like a preliminary study on my data set. I submit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but that's the mistake. You see, you are using the model as a means to obtain outputs connected to the problem you're addressing. But now in the interpretation and discussion, you are going back to the model, which was not the issue in your work. I don't know whether we are together. The model is not the problem you're addressing. You picked a model out there, and I'm sure you had a basis for picking it, justification. And now you are going to, your outputs will be the efficiency of the model, the what, but that's, you are not answering to the problem. Because you had a problem while you did this work, and the model was just a vehicle through which you passed Now you are getting back to the answers which you want to give to people. You are not going to give them the model or model performance, isn't it? Maybe I didn't get the question very well. Hello?
Well,
Hello?
also presentation of data for like data scientists and is it can be slightly different from the way we present the biophysical sciences. You're like you can have different formats of
Yeah,
papers.
but I mean, you are looking at the problem. You want to address a problem. You start with saying there's this problem. Let me use a model to see what I get out. And now you have jumped to the problem, you are on the method. And now you are having the results of the method. And not results about the problem.
So was this a methodological paper then, or
even if it was? So are we off the point? Hello?
Tony, they are talking to you.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, I would I would just say like I've seen people come up with the models, maybe like to predict weather or something like that. But to do that, you must have some previous data sets, basically secondary data.
Yeah,
And
secondary
of course,
data.
most times people are interested in the accuracy of the model. That would be the
Okay.
key.
If the
Yes.
research is about the model, that's
Yes.
different. But if you picked a model to examine, to investigate, the model is part of methodology. It's not.
No. I'm not picking. I'm training a model. Or maybe I'm getting a model to train it and then deploy it. Maybe give it to somebody, to end user, to use it for his prediction or something like that.
So what is the problem? I'm lost now. What's the problem with that?
I'm saying the problem could be maybe people have been coming with maybe different ways of predicting weather, and maybe they're not accurate. They can't. Someone tells it's going to rain in the next 2 months, but it doesn't rain. Then for me, I say, how can I solve this problem? Then I come up with maybe a model, but of course to do that, I need some older data, which will help me to come up with that predictive model. So basically, like I was saying, most times our focus is how will this model perform, but not necessarily. At least you could have seen, of course, in previous that maybe as to exploit this data, you will see that there are some patterns in the data, the trends over the years, what maybe influences this model, maybe what maybe causes this weather to behave like this, the factors. That will be the most important thing, but your focus will be on how this model perform, the accuracy, like something like maybe accuracy of the model.
Okay.
That is my
What
how
would
to
be the
present.
baseline, the reference point for your model to know whether it has performed well or not?
Yes.
What would be the control data?
The data could be what like what you input in the model. Maybe the rain patterns over the years or something. I don't something like that.
Well, I don't know whether or maybe you might have an answer, but I think we need to interact a little more to get the whole background information first.
Yeah, I think what the researcher here should do, within your discipline, how has this kind of thing been presented before? Can you do a little bit of search and read about how other research scientists have presented this kind of information in different journals?
Yes, Prof. I've seen it. Most times their focus is on those metrics, maybe the accuracy of the model and the precision. But I see there are things which are very, very important, like those factors. Maybe you can say what really influences maybe the customers leaving a service so much. Maybe there's one particular factor, but no, it's not taken very seriously. But most of the focus is on how the model performs.
Okay.
But you may find you have had several tables or even figures before before you come up with the final performance of the model itself, which I feel is important. Based on your submission today.
Okay. I think I'm a little lost with this. We needed the physical.
Yeah, the physical interaction. You are in Uganda?
Yes, I'm in Uganda. I'm at UICT, Uganda Institute of ICT, Nakawa.
Hey, so we can arrange and have a discussion.
Yes, very possible.
There's somebody called Amos. He says, I have a question and unfortunately I can't access the meeting platform to speak. My system is being in control from your end. Can you type? Please type the question and we'll respond. We ask for a little more time so we can type back. And please continue. For those that want to leave, you can leave at leisure. I don't know, but we ask for a bit more time and we will be closing soon so we can respond to questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. There is Santa Tefsai. Is it Tefsai? Yeah. You are allowed to talk. Sant, I gave you the floor. Tefsai. What's there? Okay, maybe we can go to another person. Hussein, you can talk, Hussein.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Protocol observed. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. Still, this is my guy, Yub Hussein. Prof, I would like to bring to your notice that in Uganda, we started up a private research company, and the niche was to see how best we address the issue of poor mentorship, poor supervision within the institutions. So what we do, we try to see how best we could we do some simple trainings. Of course, now we are being mentored by now Luforum. Prof, I just want you to perhaps emphasize and maybe hint about the use of AI tools. I don't know whether it was talked about in the initial phase. From the experience, what I've seen, when you receive graduates' work and you're trying to do some review, you really smell a lot of AI in their content, most especially when it comes to their discussions, those big paragraphs, the introductions, vividly seeing that this is a product, an output of AI without humanization. And this actually deprives them from that intrinsic excitement that you usually get when you've written your own content. You can really pick a leaf from those that have written some content before AI, that intrinsic feeling. So Prof, my question for now, unless maybe it was talked about in the first session that I didn't attend, is your emphasis on the use of these tools. I definitely have a feeling they are perhaps improperly used, but you could give a guide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is an interesting question. And yes, you can imagine it came up. We tried to answer, but what we're going to do, we'll dig up some literature and share. There is recent literature on these things. And our take on this is a simple one. You know, there is nothing wrong with the use of AI. Yes, because if I give a student assignment, this student is free to go to the library and make reference to a book. So the use of AI is the same as making reference to a book. The only thing is you said you smell AI. Now, we need to move away from emotions. When a student writes a very good piece, then we say we are smelling. It is no. There are also tools that can help you do plagiarism check. And those tools that help you do plagiarism check will actually tell you that this paragraph is from Steele and Torrey. This paragraph is from functional biology. This paragraph is AI or even a line. So AI is also traceable in the plagiarism software. So rather than smell and position ourselves to be punitive to students, we should just do plagiarism check and educate them that even as you use AI, you still need to paraphrase and emerge out as original. And when you paraphrase, it implies you've understood the search. You've understood, because when I go to the library and pick a book and look and read, I'm searching. So then I search, I shouldn't
has
copy
been done.
what is in the book. So likewise, if I do a search using artificial intelligence, I shouldn't simply copy. I should understand, and then that which I have understood is what I should write. So there is nothing wrong with use of AI. The only wrong there would be is if it is a cut, copy, and paste. And that can
that
be
is, Prof, what
detected.
I mean.
Yeah.
And Prof, indeed, that is what I really meant. That even just of view, you can see that this is AI. And even when you run that test, in 10, or you run into any of these free plagiarism check, you really see that the percentage is way, way, way high.
Yeah.
And
so that
and
is
when you
wrong
talk
then.
about, yes.
And we,
So I
we
really
shared
find it
yesterday.
that,
Shared yesterday document, and I see here the sharing online. I think we have stopped. They prefer the Google Drives. So the Google Drives will be shared by Ruforum for everyone that has registered. So we're going to provide all the documents to Ruforum, and Ruforum will share. So just deposit your email to Ruforum. So I shared yesterday document that said how to avoid plagiarism. So that's what we need to do. That when I read a book, and I read a book about rhizobia, nitrogen fixation, and what the book is saying, nitrogen fixation happens like this. So then I need to write what I have understood. That nitrogen fixation is important because plagiarism check is about similarity index. That what you're writing is totally similar to what is available, which implies that you've copied. But when you rewrite and paraphrase, you then insert a reference. Because again, if you don't insert a reference, you are claiming that that work is yours. And that is also plagiarism. Yeah. So I don't know, and please don't get me wrong. I hope I'm clear when I said that there is nothing wrong with use of AI. It's like a book. So you go to read a book, understand the book. So normally the way professors come heavy on students that this was AI, they can't prove. So use evidence to prove. So do the plagiarism check, and it will tell you that this was AI material. This sentence by even sections of the sentence, it will pick it up and say this is from AI, this one is from this book, and then show the students.
But also the point is, I think you need to be positive about AI.
I'm really very positive, Prof. I'm just reporting about the improper. I'm just really
Yeah.
reporting about the improper use and how best you could actually emphasize on maybe proper prompting and use. Because I personally also use AI, but when you text, a student can actually just copy and paste, give you an example, or in the East, and is just totally in the West, the things are just totally different. So, so some of them really, I ran plagiarism checks, and then I really showed to them. But what I'm trying to bring to your notice is emphasis on prompting and proper use. How could like how could like the emphasis on that, and also the intrinsic excitement of, of owning the piece, just as you've told us in the discussion, that how
that's the point I
actually
wanted
reduce
to
the
make.
forward of time.
That's the point I wanted to make, that you sensitize them about the dangers of misusing AI, and maybe create awareness about the advantages, the what, and the limits to which they should use AI. Because now there is a way to detect AI material.
Yes.
Otherwise, they should use AI, because even for yourself, if you are looking for references, citations, literature that is about
I use
something,
it.
definitions, very quick as you write. It's no longer necessary to go to the library to look for what. Just a few bullets, buttons,
Yeah.
and you get the answer, and you continue writing. So sensitize them about it.
Yes, Prof. Then, Prof, my last question is
We
on the...
probably need to put it in our curriculum and what train students on how to paraphrase. Yeah.
Yes, I've seen actually some institutions have actually even emphasized its use. Universities in the UK, like University of Manchester, I've seen students where they report, where they have told them to actually use Microsoft Pilot. I've also seen, I think it was US, where they were actually trying to tell them to actually reference the AI used, the version, and also the brand of the AI used. So definitely, I'm very positive about it. I just wanted you to emphasize on the improper use that is trending.
Yes, and I think we have. Yes.
Yes, you have really. Then, Prof, the other question is, in 2020, I participated in a study for PhD candidates under Busitema University. They had gotten a grant from the University of a university in the UK. And when we were doing that study as a research assistant, we collected a lot of data, and we were trying to record the number, the contacts of caretakers or the patients that were operated back then, either cesarean, section, whichever operation. And currently, by then I really didn't have a lot of research knowledge, but currently I really am so well equipped and skilled. What would you say about going back to that database, the other side, where they have contacts of those people, and maybe I want to write up to carry out, I think now it has to be a research, not just a manuscript write-up, on a 5 years, that 5 years journey, either looking at survival, post-operative, or looking at looking at maybe family planning use within that lifespan. Do you think is something that is that could be recommendable, going back then and then I look out for those numbers?
I think so, but you need to be realistic to see whether the effect is still prevalent if the responses are still valid at the moment, because time sometimes act very fast. For example, if you did something about COVID something and COVID ended, and now you are writing results, and some of the readers who didn't experience it might wonder what you are talking about and what the results are going to be used for. You see? So the peak for the news is past. Although it's very interesting, but the exit strategy, the application is almost no longer as interesting as it was then.
I'm looking at it, Prof, like a prospective, maybe a retrospective cohort where I'm trying to actually inquire. Give an example of a mother who was operated back then, and then you look at now this 5 years period. Did this mother have another child? What family planning methods did they use within that period? Because of course there are guidelines on when to have maybe your second child after cesarean section. That is one way. Then the other could be a survival rate. of after operation. How do in 5 years do people even survive? Maybe after a certain operation,
I think
something like that. Don't you think
such
it's
data is okay. They take a long time to change significantly. One trick I would use that I don't think I can advise you to use is not necessary to indicate the year, the specific period. Because if the journal is against a certain date, a base year, you don't want to show it, to front it. So if you can style yourself without showing the year, why not? Until they ask for it.
yet it would bring up some kind of it could bring a significant component whereby you like in 5 years, maybe 5 years survival, something like that.
But the kind of thing you are studying, really, 5 years is not quite a long time. I mean, women giving birth, I don't think will change significantly over 5 years.
Okay.
You can argue it out.
Okay, Prof.
When the editor writes back to say the years, and then you argue it out. I mean, professionally, you challenge them, and they always change. They don't stick to the same thing.
Now we have had a very long discussion with Hussein.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Thank you so much. I wish you a blessed night after here.
All right,
Okay.
thanks. Now, there's this thing, we need to be advised. Some people want the slides shared on the chat, others don't want. So we are now confused. Please, this sharing of slides. Anyway, can you allow us have a conversation with Ruforum? And then we will get back. Because for today, I said I will not share. Then they are mixed messages. And it has been confusing. And yet we thought we are trying to exercise efficiency and share immediately. Now others want Google Drive, others want. So let's have a conversation with Ruforum and we'll see how best to sort this out. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Prof.
There's a question, where is the data that will be used for the homework? That's your data. Use your data. We are assuming that you have data. But even if you don't have data, you can pick data from tables or from previous work. Even if you have not done your research. In this training, sometimes what we do, we can pick a paper that has been published and we just pick tables and figures and then give to participants. And then we reconstruct. Then at the end, we compare the paper that you've reconstructed, where we just gave you the data, and then the paper that was published. And it can be very interesting. You can do this with your students. It has a lot of learning. So we cannot say there is no data. You can pick data from a paper that was published and then you use it. We would want you to have a hands-on and learn and put the steps into practice. Yes. For us, we're still growing strong, so please go ahead.
Bro. Hello?
Yes, because my interest is to respond to these questions. I mean, we don't want people to waste their time, post questions, and then they are not responded to. That's my interest. So those who can keep around, fine. Those who want to go, fine. Yeah. And I think we have responded to most of the questions.
There are just
There are only a few remaining. Kindly allow me 5 more minutes. I respond to them.
okay, Prof. No problem. Thank you, Prof. Let us
And
give
in
the
those 5
floor.
minutes, somebody else can talk.
I know. Zanel, you have the floor. Yeah, welcome.
Hello, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for the very insightful presentation. For me, it's just a comment. Someone mentioned something on AI and mixed that with plagiarism. So in my case, sometimes I would write something from my point of view, and then if I run that into plagiarism applications, for example, to detect, it picks up as though I made a copy and paste. So I find myself paraphrasing what I have initially put down on my own words every now and then. I mean, where is the limit there? Do I say, okay, I will just leave it like that? And even though it's going to be picked up as though it was plagiarized, when it was not, because in the scientific language, you come across a similar language. If maybe you get what I'm saying, it's
Yes.
basically on similar words, especially when you're in science. So I mean, it depends on your field. I'm in biochemistry, for example. So the interpretation runs about the same scientific words, and even though it may end up being your own personal language, but someone out there is putting it as though it's almost similar, and picks up as though it was plagiarized. So this back and forth paraphrasing, I find myself really caught up into, especially if it's from my own point of view, and I feel robbed sometimes because it was idealized firsthand by me, but then it gets picked up as though it's AI or maybe plagiarized. I don't know where the limit is.
Yeah, you know, the reason why it gets picked up as AI or plagiarized is that it is possible. Since you are in this discipline and you're reading a lot about this discipline, it is possible to write that which already exists, even when you've not looked at it. Because if you're writing DNA, it's DNA. If you're writing organelles, it's organelles. Cells, you know, people in biochemistry, they can construct a sentence, and within that sentence, the only new thing is the joining words. The caryoptic was found in the center of the organelle, and the organelle was in the mitochondria. You see, that's a sentence. So now that sentence, mitochondria is already in the web databases. Organelle is already there. Caryoptic is already there. And so it will look like you've plagiarized, yet you have not. But what you're doing is the right thing, that you need to check and then do a paraphrase. Because these days universities are very, very intentional. Some universities are saying, you know, similarity index must be below 20% or 15%. So even when you didn't plagiarize and it is checked, it will still show. And you raised a very, very good point. A high similarity index does not necessarily imply that the student plagiarized. It is possible that the student is writing and originally, but the information that they are writing already exists. So the challenge is that you need to emerge out original. So how do you emerge out original? Paraphrase your work even after checking it. Yeah. Is this okay?
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. Quite very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let us look for Hope.
Yes, are we closing it at this now?
I think there are two people I asked before, but they were not opening. But I allowed Hope to talk.
Yeah, but there's something interesting. We still have a very significant number of participants on the platform. So please allow them to continue. Me, I am still here. So
No
allow them
problem.
to continue as they drop off. I don't know why you want to close. So
No,
let
no, we
them
don't want to
continue.
close, bro.
Hmm?
We close when you say, please close.
Okay, because
But I
266
allowed
is still a
Hope
big number.
and Steps
So allow
to
them to. I
talk.
can see Hope has a hand up. So Hope, please go ahead. I don't have the control to allow you speak, so
No,
the foreign colleagues have.
I gave him. He's talking now.
Okay.
Okay. Hello. Good evening,
Anna.
everyone.
Mm.
I'm Taka Hope from Sutema University. I don't have much to say. I'm just appreciating for the information you've shared with us. We are really learning a lot. And I
Okay.
appreciate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Santefsai, I've already gave him the floor. Tefsai. Maybe he's not there. Okay, let me allow another person. Ojelaji Michael, have the floor. Ojelaji. Maybe, I don't know where the problem is. Fabiola. Fabiola, I gave you the floor. You can.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Fabiola.
Thank you so much, Prof, for educative session. I'm Fabiola Nyonshuti from Dedan Kimathi University. My question is on interpreting the result in table. You said when we are writing the text, when we want to interpret the data from the table, we look on the trend or relationship. So sometimes you find that the trends, the trends maybe to start increasing, maybe then when it reach in the middle, you find that it has mixed, it has just went away from the trend. And when I was reading some papers, you find that some decide to report the highest, maybe the treatment which has the highest, and others which has the lowest. And you find others also, they just ignore the trend. They say the range, maybe the protein increased from the X to Y. So how could you advise when the person is reporting the trend but is mixed up? Thank you.
Yeah, now this game of writing, scholarly writing, has a lot of guidance and direction. This is why we call it peer review. So whether I'm a first year, whether I'm a senior old professor, if we find ourselves in the field of biochemistry, we are peers. And so the advice we normally give is that please read widely and see how the journals in your discipline handle some of these things, and then flow with it, because that is what is being acceptable. You'll find that what is in biochemistry is different from what you have in nuclear physics. What is in nuclear physics is different from what you have in particle science, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so read widely. And then I'm giving examples in the physical or physics. But even within the biological sciences, you'll see journals in agriculture extension, totally different. Journals in biology and life sciences, totally different on how they package. But still, there is a string. And for us in these presentations, we are giving you that string. And the string is how to write, that you need to be complete, you need to be brief, you need to have a consistent message, you need, yes, yeah. If you read the journal Nuclear Physics, you will never find a section called recommendations in that journal. They are just giving models, and they are working towards building theories. That's it. And equations and calculation. That's it. So please read widely. And as a professor, I can tell that this is a problem these days. Students don't want to read. Even on this platform, I can see it. We are explaining something and somebody is saying, give me an example. Even when you've given an example, then you'd say, now, what can I do? I've given an example, I have. So we have students these days that want things done for them, but they not taking initiative to do things for themselves. Now that is not scholarship. So once, like now, we have 5 days of talking about journal publications. We can never claim to complete and exhaust it all. But we are only catalyzing a process and we are supplying so much information. And we are going to give you a lot of papers. So the challenge is read and do self-learning and motivate yourself to learn. And you learn more in that motivation to learn than even what you're learning in this. Otherwise, if you don't self-motivate yourself to learn, next year we will be mounting this scientific writing. You will be the first candidate. You say, it was very useful. But now it can only be useful if you strive to join us and become a trainer. How do you strive to join us and become a trainer? Equip yourself. Yeah. I hope I've challenged you enough.
Thank you, Prof.
And it's not just you. I'm challenging everyone. It's mentorship now.
Thank you, bro.
Saburi.
Thank you. You're making me laugh, bro.
Yes.
Because you're
Nadia,
really challenging.
next
Including
time
me,
you
bro.
should be a trainer. Yes.
Including me, yes. You
Yes.
trained me in the first group. I remember when I was doing my master's, when you came to Egerton University.
So every other year
And
I
that
have
was
been with you.
still I'm using that one, not another one.
Yeah, every other year I've been with you for the last 5 years, training. Now you should start training also.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I will. Next session,
Yes.
bro. Thank you.
I'm challenging you now.
I can see. Thank you. Can give the floor to Jalaji.
Yes, Prof. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. My name is Michael Ochilaji. I'm from College of Agriculture. I'm doing a PhD in agricultural innovations. My question is one. I've noticed that there is a challenge we have between us students and even our professors in the different stages of review and editing of documents. Because which I want you to clarify, because what I know is that once you draft the document, of course with the input from the supervisors, you come up with a revised version. Which version you come up with almost a final copy, which final copy should be peer reviewed. But even the peer review must be done rigorously by the author himself, then by the peers, and of course the technical review before it goes to the editors. But we have a challenge when when you do a review, they expect you to do everything. They expect you to do review yourself, editing, proofreading at the same time. I thought when you are doing a review, you start with the technical review, validation, ensuring that the content there is, first of all, correct. Then you move to the second stage, where when the information is technically correct, then you do the editing. So once you do the editing, then you do proofreading. But I must say that our co-authors who are supervisors expect you to do everything at once, which you cannot do because you cannot edit your own document. Neither can you proofread. You see? So I want you to clarify this. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Hey, thank you. You know, one of the things that we face is that we don't have training of the supervisor, who trains the supervisor. So many professors supervising, they tend to supervise the way they were supervised. That I learned from Ohio State, this is how my professor supervised me. I learned from Makerere. So there's a lot of variation and there is no harmonization. What the universities focus on is the end game, which is the product, the student, and the publications and the thesis. So, as a student, I think you need to make your life easy. Don't stress. Follow what your supervisor is trying to tell you. But to the extent possible, also follow the institutional guidelines. I think there is a minimum, like now in Makerere, you have to provide, is it 3 monthly reports or monthly reports from your supervisors? So once you have that, then you are working on progress towards graduation. So there should be no stress. You should take it easy, one step at a time and move forward. Yeah. So I don't know, because graduate training is about mentorship. That's why you see less of it in class. You are in the field doing research, and it is also about watching your professors, even if they are not talking to you, but you are working with them. They are seated there, and you are also working. Sometimes you can go for a whole month and you've not had any meeting. It doesn't mean there is no progress. There is a lot of progress. You're learning. You're like an intern on the job. So there is no standard. Universities are trying to standardize it, but the more you standardize it, the more you make it like undergraduate training, that now students have to be here and this. So mentorship is sometimes taken, is best when it is informal. Yeah. And then students will learn a lot of things from that informality. But different universities do things differently. There are things which are supposed to be formal, that lecturers are not supposed to take students to hotels, to restaurants. It should be within the institutional setting and institutional arrangement and follow the guidelines. Yeah. And issues of editing and what? Yes, I think in the presentation we had on day one, we said it is better to first download your material and information and then edit it later. Because if you start editing every sentence that you're writing, you make negative movement. You write 3 pages, then you edit, you have a paragraph. Then you write. So it's better to first write the 100 pages, then come back and edit. And students need to exercise patience. I remember when I was a master's student, I presented my book and I had a lot of comments and references only. So I said, honestly, what did this? And I was very annoyed with this professor. But later I learned that the reference section tells a lot about the students' progress. What materials are they reading? What have they gathered? Because I presented the book and I expected comments in the chapters, but there was a lot of feedback on and the professor even wrote and gave me more materials to read. And then it was useful. I made progress. But at that time, as a student, I was very annoyed with this professor. I said, now. And then I later learned that the best way to manage busy professors who are not reading your work is to keep around them. And after 3 weeks, I would print the same book. Even when I have not made any changes, I say, oh, professor, can I withdraw the book I presented 3 weeks ago? This one, I have improved on this one. So I add one reference, then one short reference, I add one paragraph, I print again, and until the professor said, no, I must release this student. He's very, very keen. But I was only around the professor. So somebody has said that postgraduate degrees are social degrees. Social in the sense that the way you interact determines a lot whether you will finish on time. Because there are some students who bring their books in January and then they disappear. Then they return in December. Now, but then there is this one who will bring their book every other month. They check now the professor will say, hey, Michael Klaje is about to come. I think let me read his work. After you've been there for 4 times continuous, after you've presented another copy. So, life is too busy. You find professors that have 12 PhD students, and each one is presenting a book. So there is one on top, there is one down. So Michael Klaje being around all the time will determine whether their book is on top. But the other experience that I have also, since you said, can I share experience? Please check your work and ensure that you read it. As a professor, I budget my time and I say, I have 5 hours to read Michael Klaje's work. And I surely want to complete that book, or at least 2 chapters in the book. Now, when I go to open and read, I read page 1 for 1 hour. I read page 2 and 3 for 2 hours. I read page 4. The thing is just hard stuff to read. It has so many mistakes. It's not making meaning. It is, and so within the 5 hours, I end up reading 10 pages. So it becomes a bitter pill. I put it away and I pick another thesis. So when you come, I keep telling you, not yet, not yet. And that's the reason why somebody who brought after you gets cleared before you, because their work is logical arranged, it is systematic, they have done the basics. Now me, I'm not dotting I's and T's. I'm not saying this page is upside down. I'm not saying this paragraph should go before the other, but I am reading the science and the logic. Yeah. So, and this is a big problem. The professors will not tell you this, why they are abandoning your work. It is lousy. So they are failing to tell you that it's lousy. And it's a bitter pill. Because, yes, you expect them to turn it around. But there is a minimum of what I can turn around. If I'm now doing sentence construction, it becomes a problem. Yeah. Michael, have you heard?
Yes, Prof, I've heard. Thank you very much. I will need to
Yes.
interact. I will need to come to Bistema so that we interact more.
No, I'm not in Busitema, I'm in Bugema.
Yeah, Bugema, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
I will come to Bugema one of these days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been useful.
Haggai Gondwe, this must be from the warm heart of Africa. So would you please release Haggai Gondwe to speak? Because I know you release at a time. Yeah.
I want to release, in fact, Gondi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave her the floor.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, it has come, like for me, it's timely. I am doing my master's here in China at Nanjing Agricultural University. I'm pursuing a master's degree program in fishery development. I'm really grateful for this opportunity of learning what you are giving us. And it is really adding value to what I'm currently doing, because next month I'm starting my research. And I think every detail that you've uploaded, I think it would be very useful to my work here. Yeah, I'm not from the warm heart of Africa. I come from Zambia, and I'm working at working with the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, and to be precisely, I'm at the National Aquaculture Research and Development Center in the Copper Belt.
Sorry about that, but those countries are interesting. I think when the boundaries were drawn, they cut across clans, but I have interacted with many Gondwe, and I've known Gondwe to be from Malawi.
Yeah, they are both. Like you've indicated, it's only these whites when they came, they put boundaries. Actually, Zambia and Malawi. If anything, we're just supposed to be one country. There are Gondwes in Malawi. There are also Gondwes in Zambia.
Okay.
Yes.
So for you are from the real Africa.
Yes, me, I'm from the real Africa, Zambia. But interestingly, I did my bachelor's in Malawi. I was at Luana. That's where I did my
Okay.
bachelor's, yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you must have found Gondwe at Luana.
A lot of Gondwes. I interacted with a lot of Gondwes. Some were even my classmates. And they used even to joke and tease us that we shouldn't even be calling ourselves international students, because there isn't anything to show that we are international students, because it's just crossing, just crossing the Mwami you pass through Chipata, then you are in Malawi. So they even told us, don't risk yourself by calling yourselves the international students here. Otherwise, we are going to do you bad. You are Malawi.
That was teasing you because you were international students. Anyway, nice to meet you, and thanks for making time to attend. I know being an international student in China, you really have a lot of pressures. You have to work on time and ensure that things move.
Yeah. Thank you so much once again.
We hope that we shall get publications from you. One of the things about these workshops is you don't just throw knowledge away and that's the end. So learn and they put it into practice. I know there is a comment from colleagues. Somebody said that I'm still insisting time management for the training. Please, moderator, we have other meetings to attend at the same time. We don't miss anything from this useful workshop. Now, it is not that we've locked out anyone, but this is like remedial. Those that have time, you stay and we continue the conversation.
Yeah, it's really great to remain and have these interactions. Even other questions that are being raised by other participants, they are also adding value to what we are learning.
Yeah, so this is remedial. It is not even those who have left, they have only missed on the cordial interaction. And we noticed and we wanted Reform to also see this, that the time is really so squeezed and but we want the students to get value of because there are questions being posted now. Why are the questions being posted if they are not being answered? So we just wanted to be realistic to the context and to the situation. So it is not that we want people to miss or what. The basic has already been done. And now this is A or B. And not really A or B, because sometimes A or B requires you to be part of the meeting. But what would I call it? It is fellowship after fellowship.
Yes.
Yes. So please, let's continue the conversation. Me, I'm still available. I know my Reform colleagues want to close, but...
Thank you, Prof. No. You continue, Prof. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless
anyone
people
else?
are exhausted and they say they want to go, it's fine. But as you said, whoever want to leave, you can leave, no problem. It's Prof just trying to help. Whoever have a clarification or question, and that is very generous of him. He also have his time. He also want to go home, but he's here for you. So thank you, Prof. Let me give the floor to Dr. Victory. Doctor, you're allowed. Doctor, the floor is yours. Victory?
Yes. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good.
Good, thank you.
So I am happy that I have managed to attend a half of this training. Actually, I have been busy with other activities. I did not manage to attend the full. I'll be grateful to get some materials that you have used so that I can have my personal time to go through. So far, I have mine is simply to appreciate all this that is helpful. Most of the time, some that I'm picking that they are important, especially for people who are still researching. But not only those ones, even as doctors, we still need to just to be reminded or to know things that we did not know, especially when you are publishing the papers. Sometimes there is a list of things that they used to send to us, and sometimes you find you are not familiar with it. And I'm appreciating that you have tried to tackle some of them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're happy to hear that. It's useful. Yeah, thank you. And please feel free to contribute and share experiences. That's what we are trying to push for. Yeah. So we
Thank
look
you.
forward to seeing you tomorrow as well.
Thank you, Prof. There is a person here, I'm sure you want to hear her voice. I'm giving the floor to Maureen again. Yeah, welcome, Maureen.
Hello.
Hello,
Thank you, Nat.
Maureen.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Nampala. I remember the last time we engaged, you were a doctor. So it's very wonderful to see this new title of professor and to sit in and listen to you continue to mentor a new generation of scientists and people in academia. And in the same vein, I'm also now a prospective student for a PhD. So I found it necessary to start joining these trainings. And I think this is being the first of the kind. I've sat through today's session entirely, and I would say it would be an understatement to say that what I've listened to from participants and from you and Professor Tenua is absolutely invaluable. And for me, it's just to ask you how frequent these will happen away from the Ruforum ones. Are there any other trainings of this nature that you do, even at Bugema University or through any other institutions that I and any other student can be part of, just to try and usher us into this world of research and publication and scientific writing? So just to know if those exist, and just to say thank you very much for today, and absolutely looking forward for tomorrow's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and very interesting. I know Maureen, she's a colleague. We've worked together for some time at Forum. I am also a Rotarian, so we've interacted with Maureen in an undertaking where we're trying to start a Rotary Club. So nice to meet you again, Maureen. It's a small world. We continue rotating in circles and we meet each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Rufora mounts these trainings. I can say on a regular basis, at least once every 6 months, there is a training, and we are on standby to train for Forum every time they do contact us. Forum also has these huge meetings, the convenings, and every time there is a convening event, Forum makes sure that participants are not redundant. So they provide an activity for everyone to do at a given point in time. So for students, they normally put what they call side events. And in these side events, they also provide training. We are commissioned facilitators for scientific writing, and also proposal writing. Proposal writing for seeking grants, but also proposal writing for theses. At some point, we had the consideration of having this run more regular, even without Ruforum engagement. But through Ruforum, the convening is so easy. You can see on this platform, we've had 500 participants plus on a daily. Wow. The platform already closed, but we still have, we've been having 200, now 150. And it's not easy to bring together 160 people together. Now, probably the way they communicated this training was a bit last minute. The last training we did, I think last year, and Nada would correct me if I'm wrong, but it was 1,500 participants. Actually, to be exact, it was 1,532 participants. So wow. You can imagine. And so my colleague and I, who have been in these trainings for quite a long time, we are trying to explore ways of how best we can customize this, maybe have it online, maybe. But you notice that there is also need for some physical, which Ruforum has been facilitating. And if we are doing it outside the outfit of Ruforum, Ruforum pays me for doing this. Yeah, and I would like to say that on a good rainy day, Ruforum will pay me $500 per day for doing this. Wow. So now I don't know if it comes to individuals, how would you pay me? Yeah. Yeah. We have also not worked with Ruforum alone, but we've worked with World Bank, we've worked with USAID, we've worked with World Learning Inc., we've worked with Association of African University, we've worked with Statistical, the East African Science and Technology Secretariat, to deliver these trainings. Yeah, so we are busy people, and then also as the dean of school, I mentor students. So I give these trainings we have what we call graduate seminars. So this is the kind of stuff that we train students in the graduate seminars. So it's yes, Ruforum pays me, and the other people also pay us, but we are also available to mentor students. You know, one of the things in academia, all over the world, the academia are very generous with their time. And sometimes even when students come, 10 of them, they have not paid me, I am only happy to share. Yeah. Because I know when I share, Ruforum will invite me and pay me. Yeah, so it is the students that market us. So I think we are sitting on some gold that we don't know. And we are trying to package that gold recently to see how best. We have a company, the Scholarly Works Associates, and this company has an office in town, and we do a lot of things under that company. Those that we don't advertise ourselves, so those that know us come to us and we offer, because we are busy already. And we offer the trainings, we support publications, we do research, we help people to write proposals and so on and so forth. So that's how we operate. So we have not institutionalized it that we know every month we are giving a training. No, we don't want to be like these outfits in one day gear that support you want a thesis, they support you to write. We want a genuine engagement. That we are not going to write a thesis for you, we are not going to write a paper for you, but we are going to train you, and then you deploy the skills. Yeah. I hope I've answered you.
Yes, absolutely, you have. So we'll just follow a lot of the trainings that Ruforum has done. I mean, like you mentioned, we are colleagues as in Raw Forum, but when you're inside, it's very hard to partake of some of these trainings because you're busy here and there. But at least it's easy to follow, having been there, and whatever, when they have the physical and the online like this, will be right there to pick from the pots of wisdom and the people who have been there before us.
And you're not the first one to ask. I think on day one, there were students from UCU. I don't know whether they are continuing to attend, who were saying now, for us, we want mentorship. How can you mentor us? Now, this is very interesting, and we would like to give it back to Forum because it is probably a pointer about reforms in universities. Because graduate training by design is a mentorship model.
Right.
So maybe it is not working well.
I think from the feedback people have given, it's really not working very well.
Yeah. So
and that's why you have these big numbers following here.
Yeah. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to style ourselves and see how best we can fill that gap.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks, Nada, for letting me in.
Thank you.
Thank you for both of you. I really.
I know Nada is stretched now. She wants to close. So please feel free. But you still have a significant number of people here. If they have hands up, there's Florence Chinua. They still have their hands up. Me, I am here. I can still attend to them. And I have been proved wrong by Gondre. I shouldn't go by names to put people in countries. But there is Florence Chinua. I think this one should be a Kenyan. There is also somebody, Emmanuel Sabuli. They've had their hand up for a long time. You're not seeing them? Hello? Is Atur speaking to us? We are not hearing. Hello? I think Atur's microphone is muted.
No, we have some challenges, I think.
Yes.
Internet just dropped off.
Ah, okay.
But I think Gentle can talk, yeah, if he's available.
There is somebody called Saburu Emmanuel. They've had their hand up for a
Hello?
long time. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, this is Faraja Gentil from Goma, North Kivu Province, DR Congo.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for these brilliant presentations from day one to today. And I just, I'm a researcher from the University of Martyrs of Congo. And I've graduated for my master's degree from the University of Goma in environmental sciences. So I have a master's degree in environment and wildlife conservation. So I just wanted to contribute, about this AI contribution to papers writings, So I think as well, once we are researching for ideas or how to improve our content, as well, in case we ask for this AI to give, references for all the text that, they bring to us, we can find as well these, references in all these texts, I have been dealing with such things, but I don't want to have text or content that I do not know the author, and then once I write and I indicate that, please provide the references, from the authors of these ideas I'm just compiling. And of course, the AI, Chat GPT or AI, other AI sources, they provide for these authors, and then we can, paraphrase, but we can reference as well, because we told the AI to provide where they are drawing these ideas from. So I just need to contribute and tell my peer, appears that even though we are searching from or sourcing ideas from AI sources, we can still, get the authors from the AI because it provides, any ideas that we get from AI and we ask for the references the AI can provide. So that's the only contribution I needed to add. And thank you so much for these teachings you are giving to us. It's very empowering, Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And any innovation, any technology faces those challenges of the day as it begins to take root. I can imagine when books probably were being put in the library, the generation of that time was probably saying, no, how can you just put a book there? Students will copy. But now we have open book exams, and actually people fail these open book exams. So likewise, AI is taking root and shaping ChatGTP. And as we progress, we will have mechanisms of knowing. As a lecturer, as a professor, I'll get to know. Like one of the colleagues here said, they can smell the assignment that it is smelling AI. It is no. We shouldn't be so biased. We should just look at AI as another option in the basket. And then we should just hone and up our game as universities, as individuals, on how to check plagiarized work. And so you can show the student that your similarity index is 90%. So go and paraphrase. So we need students that are problem solvers and are thinking for themselves, but then they get the information. And when you paraphrase and write it in your own words, then you are actually learning. Yeah. And the issue is about learning. So the use of AI is not a crime. We tend to present it as if it's a crime. It is just like another book in the library. Yeah. Please go ahead next.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Hello.
You have another question?
Of course. A short one, please, if you can grant me some
Go ahead.
minutes here. I just wanted to know, sometimes, as the DR Congo is a French-speaking country, sometimes people, many information, are coming from English writers, English authors. And, for AI sources, sometimes for Congolese students, they just check online and they will get these informations now already translated in French. The sources are from English authors, but AI translates immediately into French. It's like paraphrasing, from one language to another one, because the French translation will not be exactly, it's no longer the original language into which books or sources have been written. So I just wanted to know, is it an obligation for a French student who searches for ideas from AI, as this is what we are talking about, and the author is, the book has been written in English or the paper has been written in English, but the AI has already translated into French. Is it as well important for him to paraphrase once again, as the AI has already translated and, similar to the paraphrasing? Please help me, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah, the translation does not take away the fact that the ideas are not yours. So the ideas are not yours. You still are under obligation to cite and provide the reference. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, citing and referencing. Yeah, okay. But I'm saying for paraphrasing, because, for example, I may take a paper that was written by, a researcher from Uganda. This is an English paper, but one student, is looking for ideas and he folds up on this paper, and then he searches, he sees the source from AI, he sees it's from an English speaking author, but now the AI translates, you know, some paragraphs from that source, from that paper into French, you know. So is this student compelled once again to paraphrase? He's going to reference the Ugandan author, but is he compelled once again to paraphrase while the AI has already translated from English to French, which are two different languages?
Yes, they should paraphrase. They should
Thank you.
paraphrase, because if they don't, then they are simply using the idea the way it is.
Yeah.
And you know, paraphrasing is very important, because you then now can give the context under which you are working. Yeah. So yes, they should paraphrase.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, empowering. Yeah. Thank you, impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Austin. Hello. Prof.
Yes, I think.
I think I don't have host. Maybe.
No, there is somebody called the Saburi Emmanuel.
Yeah, but now I don't have host. I don't know how is it.
You don't have host.
I lost the host. I don't know what's happened in the network.
No, I'm the host now.
Yeah, you can allow them now, Prof.
Hey.
You can allow whoever you want. Just give them.
I can allow whoever I want. Let me see.
Okay, please. Thank you, Prof. Sorry.
Yeah, now for us, we work hard. So here we go. So
Okay.
let me now. I've seen Saburi. Yeah? Yes, Saburi. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think I've been waiting really for long.
Yes, I saw your hand up for a long time.
Thank you so much. Emmanuel Saburi Joel is my name. I'm from South Sudan, and I'm doing my master's in Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology under JICA program. I'm so happy to hear the point of speculation versus citation. Previous students have already mentioned something about the 10 years and the recent literature to be cited.
Yes.
But in your explanation of speculation, which interests me most, how can one try to relate the over 10 years literature to speculation? Can you be able to cite the literature that was done in 10 years if the information is not there, rather than speculating?
No, but the literature that was done in 10 years is only literature if it was published. Otherwise, if it was not published, then it is gray literature. You know, gray literature is information in reports. On day one, we said a publication is something done and put in public locations. So if it is not in public locations, then we can't call it literature.
Okay, to put you clear, what I'm trying to mean is a published one, but it has stayed for over 10 years, because you said we need to cite the latest.
We can cite that. But remember, we also said that citation varies. For example, Agamedia was discovered. So if you're using Agamedia, it was Murashige and Scrooge, 1961, full stop. So it is a very old reference, but it's Agamedia.
Okay, so in that case, you can speculate.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's clear. Then maybe a comment to my Congolese participant, and also in line with your guidance about plagiarism using AI and other platforms. You know, similar thing in Japan, the Asian students, they don't know English, and they use the technology to write their thesis, and even in the write-up of the journal for publication. And just as you said, someone's work is someone's work regardless of the language. So they do also translate English to Japanese, but the professors also encourage us in our lab to paraphrase without distorting the meaning, but not repeating exactly what the news is all about in the paper that you are citing for.
Yes. And
Thank you
paraphrasing
so much.
gives you the muscle of a scientist. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, if you start copying all the time, you will not grow that muscle of being a scientist. It gives you ownership. It's your work now. So can I allow Florence Chinua to... Florence? Yes, Florence? Okay, Florence is not there.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Sorry, you're not able to get me because I was muted, but I'm happy. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm really running, and I just want to say that I'm Florence Kinyua from Kenya. I'm a PhD student in Jomo Kenyatta University, and I'm really impressed with mentorship programs. And actually, in the process of coming up with one, and I'm feeling that I would like to connect with the professors you're having in the house. You have so much that can really be of benefit to us. I don't know how we can link up. Please let me know how. Thank you.
No, can I just put my email in the chat room?
Yes, please.
So you can connect with us through email. Let me just type my email. And I've been to JKU Art several times. Yeah.
Wow. Much
Yes.
welcome.
I've
Thank
made
you.
so many presentations at JKU Art.
Mm.
We thought that we have actually generated a very strong cadre. But look, when people like Nada are not taking up this thing, so we are still on the stage.
Yeah.
So they are my contacts. Feel free, and we are happy to contribute.
Thank you
Anselm.
so much. Thank you.
Anselm, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor. We really appreciate. Personally, I've been running so much and so detailed from what you have been presenting since day one up to now. And I keep on being with you until the end of times. So I'm from University of Rwanda.
Okay.
And I've been following you since day one as a junior researcher. I graduated from University of China Foreign Affairs University in Beijing last year. But actually, I encountered one excruciating problem when I was writing my thesis, because I couldn't be allowed to come back in my country so that I could conduct primary data. So I was ordered to conduct secondary data, that is desk review research. And when I graduated, I was told by my professors that it is highly impossible on my level of master's to publish a review research report or maybe paper. Is it really the case that I can't publish my document, or maybe it's because of the quality of the research? What is your intake? Thank you.
Oh, were you told by the professors in China?
Yes, my professor in China. I told him that it's very
Okay,
hard at my
now I
level.
can understand that. A review article is normally taken to be the highest form in terms of, sometimes publications are classified. So the review articles are the highest form of synthesis. And in some universities, they are taken to have more value. Because in a review article, you are combining so much information. It's like a one-stop center. So they are normally taken to be written by people who are very knowledgeable and we've asked Forum to give us an opportunity to run a workshop on systematic reviews, which they have accepted. And so you are welcome. will be sharing a lot about systematic reviews. So you're welcome to learn, and feel free. You can take my contact. We can write that article with guidance. Yeah.
I thank you very much, Prof. I'll be very honored if we can write even it together and we publish it very soon. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I'll send it to your email if you allow.
Yeah, please do.
Thank
Richard
you.
Zidani.
Okay.
I have unmuted Richard Zidani.
Okay, you can hear me, Prof?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks so much, Prof. I have been quiet, although I have been here since day one.
Yes.
For the simple reason that first of all, I just graduated this year. I was doing my PhD locally at Nzuzu University. So it happened that in 2022, I attended locally a workshop of this nature. It also ran for one week. So my reason for commenting is, one, you mentioned the home heart of Africa. So I said, no, I'm here from home heart of Africa. Let me talk on a lighter note. But on a serious note, my reason for speaking is that I wanted to encourage colleagues who are here. It's encouraging that people are around. They keep being available. For me, I wanted to testify that the workshop of this nature that I attended assisted me tremendously. At that point, I had just completed writing my first draft. I can tell you that from that thesis, I published 4 papers of one review paper and the other original research paper from the thesis. And for me, it was really great because I published from the very highly rated journals. For some of us in the social science, I'm into social science and development studies. That's what my PhD was for. I published like 2 papers in Terra and Francis. Prof, you must be very much aware about this, although it's in social science. Terra and Francis, I published two papers. I published a paper in Sage. I published a paper in one of the journals on African Journals Online. So you can imagine, and this was within a space of 1 year. All these papers got published in a space of 1 year. So it was really beneficial. And for me, that time, I've been having interest in publishing for a long period of time since I concluded my master's degree in 2015, but I didn't have an opportunity to learn scientific publishing. So I take it as an opportunity that our colleagues have an opportunity to learn even when they are doing their master's degree. This is rare. It's not easy. I know there are some academic members of staff that do not even have this kind of knowledge. So I wanted to encourage people to be around because this is an opportunity that is not available to everybody, although it looks simple because we are here and it's a forum that has organized. Thanks so much, Prof.
Wow, thank you. We're happy to hear that. I've published because I supervise students even in the agriculture extension that I've published in Taylor and Francis and in Sage, students in rural PhD, rural development. So I'm familiar with the social science papers and we have published there. But thanks for sharing the testimony. And yes, we need to take this seriously because one of the things that I surely don't like is Africa being less published. When you look at the Knowledge Development Index and what, Africa is less. But then we are churning out many PhDs. And universities say for you to graduate as a PhD, you need to have at least 1 paper or 2 papers. Now, where are these papers? And you can see where my motivation comes from, that I need to help students to publish. Yeah, we need to publish. Universities, why are universities being ranked low every other year? This university, no publication, and yet universities are graduating students. So we need to get published. And it has a lot of, on day one, we did share the importance of getting published. It is not just because you want promotions, but it is very useful. If you're writing for a grant and you're not published, I mean, nobody will give you that grant. So thank you. Now, Florence. Yes, Florence, go ahead.
Oh, I talked, huh? I talked. I'm grateful.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did?
me too.
Okay. Okay. Because I read the message and said you are unmuted or what. Austin, I really want to finish these hands. So Austin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Austin Mange. I'm a lecturer in the Graduate School of Business at the University of Zambia in Lusaka. So I've been following your mentorship program the last couple of days. I've learned quite a lot. I was actually happy when you are indicating that we lack also training and mentorship as lecturers when it comes to supervision. So where you just focus on how you were supervised. And I think once you get a PhD, you just start supervising based on how one was supervised. And also you may need the skills, all the skills also, like this platform. For me, when I saw the advert, I said, okay, let me join and follow through for the sake of improving my supervision skills, as well as writing skills for because our students have to write articles, like you are indicating before they graduate at master's level, PhD level. So this is a good platform even for us who are lecturers, who are PhDs, and who are already supervisors. We keep refreshing our mind and listening to you senior scholars. It's very helpful. I'm happy I've put your contact details. I'll be in touch. I'm based in Lusaka, UNZA Graduate School of Business. Thank you.
Oh, great. Please be in touch and let's see how we make this work for Africa. Yeah.
Thank you,
Pamela. Yeah. Pamela, please go ahead.
Yes, I thank you very much, Prof. In fact, I'm so much delightful. I've really benefited from this because when training started, I joined when I was still doing my master. I'm now doing my PhD. I've finished my coursework. I've just started. I presented my concept and now waiting for my supervisor to give me go on so that I can start my chapter 1 proposal. And for the team who are here, who have never interacted with this group, I would like to inform them this group is very beneficial because learning from this forum made me to take only 2 years. In fact, I was the only person who graduated from our class. Some are still ongoing. And I wanted just to give an input on someone who talked about AI. AI, of course, it is in English, but if you look at it well, sometimes the English is not fluent. So there are some people who they do copy paste, and then they don't check. Again, even the reference which are there, if you don't go into those reference and then you check well whether whatever the content is there is the true reflection of what it is in the article, then that is where they are being found. You will be at least pinpointed. What can I say? There is English word which has just gone out of my mind. You'll be found because it is there. AI is there to guide you. You just request just to give you guideline on how you can write your paper. Even if you query, you send a query on how to do it, please go back and read the reference well and see whether those references fits your work. Otherwise, whatever you intended to study is going to research on is going to be completely distorted on the way. So that is what I wanted just to add. And then the grammar part of it, remember, they are just human beings. Sometimes the grammar is not right. But we students, sometimes we want easy things. So you go there, you query, and then after getting it, then you copy paste, you put it there, even using the language. And the AI language, everyone knows the AI language, especially in the conclusion when they're concluding. And then there is hyphen there. So some people, even the citation part of it, in-text citation, if you're not careful, it also, it might lead you in a very wrong way. Then for me, I'm doing I'm in the School of Human Science, that is development studies, but my area of focus is leadership and governance. So most of my research is on HIV. In fact, even right now, my thesis was in HIV because I'm working in the HIV field. So most of it is a bit science part of it. So I just feel I still fit here. In my secondary, I did agriculture, and I was good in agriculture. And I've been thinking on how whoever can, we can coordinate, we can work together so that I bring something on agriculture, because now NGO world, NGO is going, I'm working in the NGO, but we need to come out, how can agriculture help Africa? Because Africa is very wealthy, but if we embark on our in the agriculture, how best can Africa grow so that it can sustain other areas that are going to be affected by the reduced fund from donor. So anyone who is needy, whom we can work together with, please, you can inbox me. You just go to the WhatsApp and you'll see my number. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pamela, and for that testimony, we appreciate. Let's continue engaging. Maybe just to say that we give a similar training on thesis proposal development, and that you go step by step. And most of the students we've interacted with, they find it very useful, and they move faster than has been the case. Because in thesis proposal, again, professors will tell you, where's your topic, where's your topic, but you don't start with the topic to develop a document. So we have steps in thesis proposal development that one would find very, very useful. Problem analysis and what, and yeah, so we also give, through forum, we've been giving 5-day talks on thesis proposal development. Tembo. Tembo, please go ahead. And I think Tembo is the very last. I was feeling bad that their hands up and they are not being given opportunity. So Tembo, you're the last hand. Please go ahead. We need to close. Yes.
Yes. Mine is very short.
Yes, sir.
Same size is my name, from Zambia. Doing my PhD at Zambian Open University. And right now, I'm in the reporting stage. Quite okay. I have been attending this starting from that other day, but I was unable to get whatever was being said because of network. But from the work or the data that we have sent today, I've partially going through, seems to be very important for our development of our academic work. So we actually, I was just trying to find out whether certain concepts or certain topics can be repeated, and if you repeat them, and when, how can it be helped again, especially the first topic and the second, especially yesterday, that other day and yesterday presentations.
I don't know that the Forum colleagues are still here, but they can advise. What I hear is that there is a high demand for this engagement. And so maybe Forum needs to move away from one mounted every 6 months. Maybe they need to facilitate us to mount one every quarter, and then we can, our interest is to generate a critical mass of not just learners, but learners that can be facilitators, because we also learn as well. Because we just cannot cover the whole of Africa. So we would like, we are open, we would like to build capacity for others as well. So
we take note, Prof.
Sorry?
We take note. I
Oh,
will
okay.
discuss. Yeah, I'll discuss with
Okay.
my
Yeah,
colleague and
I'm
we'll
glad.
see.
I'm glad you're still here.
I told you, bro. Unless
I
you
thought
say that we are closing.
I thought you had left.
No, bro. You are
Okay,
always welcome, you know.
I think that is more of yours. You take note that from the participants' discussions, free discussion, it has not. One would think that the facilitators are pushing the participants to say this is needed, this is needed. No, it's just coming from them, and so there you go. Put
Okay.
more budget for us to.
Thank you. And this one is recorded, bro. We just show them the recording. So they don't say
Okay.
what the
Okay.
facilitator has said.
Yes. Put more budget for us because you know what the participants are asking for is more engagement. And I strongly believe that it has to be institutionalized. Myself and JS and other colleagues cannot just escape out and we say, let us do it.
That is true.
You see, although it looks like we can, but it is better if it is institutionalized. So in addition to the programs that Forum runs, one, there is the issue of mentorship. You see, it has come out very, very strong.
Yeah.
Then two, there is the issue of institutions. I think there is a weak connection. Institutions not doing their part. Like now, why would a PhD student be from Zambia, from Kenya, be asking for mentorship from Uganda? Yet they have a doctoral committee, they have a scholar. So there is that issue. And I think some time back, the European universities ran a program for African universities where they said supervising the supervisor. Who supervises the supervisor? Or mentoring the supervisor. So it looks like we need to run a program that builds a critical mass of people that are available to mentor students. And then we will then change the landscape here. And I think this is the Forum can do this.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. So with this, I think we don't have any other hand up. And so
sorry, Prof.
Yes. Oh,
sorry, Prof.
Okay. Same size.
Yeah. So yes. The other issue, Prof, I don't know,
Yes.
due to different in times, in Zambia, this program is 13 hours. Now, when we look at 13 hours in Zambia, that's the time when people, they are at lunch, and then 14 hours they are in their various workplaces. So this was just maybe a concern. Some may miss because of their duties in various institutions. So I don't know what advice or what, do you have any plans of maybe shifting times, or you have just followed the standard time?
Again, that goes to Forum. Please take note. Yeah,
Okay,
maybe you need to do regionalized trainings. One for if you're doing East Africa, Southern Africa, West Africa.
Yes.
So please take note of this.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
I don't know whether you considered it, but that's a comment from
We
Southern
will
Africa.
discuss and see
Yeah,
what can be done.
And you know, I know in East Africa, life is very fast. Everything is fast paced, so you don't talk of lunch. We are just working. But in Southern Africa, lunchtime is lunchtime. So there you go. So unless Forum has something to say, I think we are done. We've been long on this since 2 o'clock. So we need to close. Yeah. All the hands have been exhausted. Thank you, colleagues, for the engagement this evening. Yeah. Forum,
Thank you.
Do you have anything to say?
No, not really. After you, Rofo, there is no words to say. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you also for participants being here up to this time. I hope that they have good knowledge which can really now push them to another stage. So as you said, no, we don't need to remain in the same stage for long. So thank you for all of you, and we meet tomorrow at 2, inshallah. And I wish whoever in the evening, good evening, whoever in the morning hours, good morning. And now, thank you. Bye. Bye all.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.